Chapter 633. Using the zither to teach martial arts. Not many people know about that stone sculpture. It's said that it's a sword training stone used by the son of the previous mansion master. Later, it was collected by Master Gusu and was carved into the appearance of that senior. However, the mansion master didn't allow it, so the features of the stone sculpture were removed. However, I heard that the stone sculpture has a spirit of its own. Other than Master Gusu, no one is allowed to approach it. Tang Yu said in a low voice. Not many people knew about this secret. Then, she continued, in the past, when Scholar Gusu was still a prodigy, that senior had once guided Scholar Gusu. Although he didn't take Scholar Gusu as his disciple, Scholar Gusu had always regarded that senior as her master. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Unfortunately, even though Master Gusu respects that senior, because of the mansion master, Master Gusu can only remember him in secret. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This Master Gusu is also a person who values relationships. Ding! At this moment, a clear sound of a zither rang out. On the high platform, the beautiful woman gently played the zither. Her movements were as gentle as water. The faces of the surrounding geniuses turned solemn. They knew that the martial arts lesson had begun. Ding! The sound of the zither drifted into Lin Ling's ears, causing his expression to instantly change. In his mind, a large number of complex and mysterious martial arts appeared. Using zither music to guide martial arts. Then he looked around and found that all the geniuses were sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be immersed in the sound of the zither. In the next moment, Lin Ling couldn't help but be immersed in the sound of the zither as well. Boom! His mind was blank. A large number of blurry figures appeared. These figures were practicing all kinds of mysterious king stage martial arts, from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. Time step. Ding! Octave palm. Ding! Heaven's eye. Ding! The enormous amount of martial arts caused Lin Ling's mind to hurt. It seemed to be difficult to digest, but Lin Ling was delighted. He had been lacking a bit to break through to the late stage of the king's spirit realm. Now, using the zither to teach martial arts could at least make his breakthrough a bit more vigorous. Moreover, these martial arts stimulated the memories left behind by Senior Limitless, allowing him to faintly understand many things. Starting from the 1st grade king tier martial arts, he absorbed them like a sponge, strengthening his foundation of king tier martial arts. At the same time, all the young geniuses in the square were comprehending. This was Master Gusu's lecture, and it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, they knew that if they achieved the best results in this lecture, they would be rewarded by Master Gusu. Alas, I failed. I only saw 3 3rd grade king-ranked martial arts. But soon, a genius youth withdrew from his comprehension. He couldn't digest too many martial arts. Poof! There were also some young geniuses who tried to forcefully absorb the martial arts, but they ended up suffering from chi deviation and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although there were many martial arts, to learn all of them was obviously a test of one's comprehension ability. Therefore, many of them failed. On the square, the sound of the guqin was still drifting in the air, but as time passed, the geniuses woke up one after another. Some were regretful because they had been eliminated, while others were happy because they had at least learned a few martial arts. 5th grade of the king stage, barely able to see through. Ouyang Feiyang also woke up. Then, Zhua Mo and Lan Fengye also woke up one after another. They looked to their sides and immediately said in surprise, Tang Yu is so powerful. He's probably comprehending a 6th grade king level. Lin Ling hasn't woken up yet. As expected of a monster. They looked at Lin Ling again and gasped again. As time passed, there weren't many people in the square who were still in a state of comprehension. Only a few people remained, and they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Long Zhe is indeed a prodigy. He's probably comprehended a 6th grade king level martial art. His comprehension ability is so terrifying. The Great Moon Slash is also very powerful. It seems that he has the right to be arrogant since he was able to enter the 7 profound prodigy list. Many young geniuses said enviously. Although they were all geniuses in the 100 territories, at this moment, compared to the real geniuses, they were much more insignificant. And that young man over there is also very powerful. He seems to be Yufan who came with Long Zhe. Little Princess Tang Yu is also not bad. The young man next to her is Lin Ling. He's actually still comprehending. Someone looked again and immediately exclaimed. However, Lin Ling didn't attract much attention. Perhaps many people thought that Lin Ling would be eliminated soon. These little fellows are not bad. On the high stage, Apprentice Gusu's beautiful eyes swept over the square. Then, the melody of the zither began to speed up. This meant that what appeared next were all 6th grade king level martial arts. An ordinary genius would need a very long time to comprehend a 6th grade king level martial art. But all of them were 6th grade king level martial arts. If one's soul force and perception were not strong enough, they would definitely be shocked, and even suffer from cultivation deviation. On the road of martial arts, the more powerful a martial art was, the better it was. It also depended on whether or not a person could digest that martial art. I can't. Before long, Tang Yu's face paled and she withdrew from her state of comprehension. She had failed. This is already very fierce. After all, you've only been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. Beside her, Mo comforted her. Tang Yu smiled. She wasn't dispirited, but rather proud. Then, several people looked at the square and saw that the focus was on Long Zhe, Great Moon Slash, and Yufan. These 3 were all prodigies of the 7 profound prodigy list. They had the qualifications to be proud, and countless disciples looked up to them. These 3 have been in the 7 profound martial house for a very long time. Long Zhe has been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 years, Great Moon Slash for 2 years, and Yufan for 1 year. I wonder who will be the last. Many people were looking forward to it, and then sighed in their hearts. When would they be so strong? Ding! The sound of the zither changed again. It was like a raging storm in the sky. The 3 people's complexions changed. Then, one of them opened his eyes and shook his head. It was Great Moon Slash. He had obviously failed. But as he looked around, he suddenly proudly stuck out his chest. The 3rd person had a good result. Moreover, he had comprehended a 7th grade king level martial art. He was waiting to go back and practice it to see how effective it was. Long Zhe is worthy of being called Long Zhe. Only he can compete with Yufan. The others are not geniuses, they are all mediocre. Great Moon Slash lightly said. The crowd had no words to refute, but they were looking forward to it even more. This was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Between the 2 of them, who would be the last? Then, they would be valued by Apprentice Gusu and be rewarded with treasures. Ding! The sound of the zither changed again. Long Zhe's complexion slightly changed. In his mind, a massive number of 7th grade king level martial arts appeared. However, this actually made him confident. He was at the early Emperor Spirit Realm. King level martial arts were only practiced by King Spirit Realm martial artists. Therefore, he was confident that even if he couldn't fully comprehend them, he wouldn't be too far off. Moreover, although he was comprehending, he could hear the voices all around him. He knew that Yufan was competing with him, and this made him smile. Yufan was a man of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but a subordinate was a subordinate. How could he compete with his master? Puff! Sure enough, as soon as the 7th grade king level martial arts appeared, Yufan withdrew from his state of comprehension. His mind was blank, and a massive number of martial arts flowed in his mind. He couldn't digest all of them. The fourth watch is over, please give me a few monthly votes. These monthly votes are so low-key. Chapter 634. The Last Person. Yu Fan was also at the initial stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. He wanted to learn all the king-level martial arts to strengthen his foundation, but he failed at the last step. Then, he looked around and saw that Long Zhe was still comprehending. He shook his head helplessly. Long Zhe was ranked higher than him on the 7 profound prodigy list. He was convinced that Long Zhe was stronger than him. Long Zhe, Long Zhe. Many people were cheering. Dazzling geniuses were always the center of attention, not to mention Long Zhe's feminine and handsome appearance. Ding! Right at this moment, an even more terrifying martial technique concept appeared. An emperor rank martial technique had appeared. According to legend, the records of emperor rank martial techniques came from the ancient kingdoms of the 100 territories, and every single ancient kingdom's imperial family martial technique had the qualifications to be called an emperor rank martial technique. Thus, monarch rank martial techniques were also called inheritance martial techniques, and every single one of them was capable of dominating the world. I'm at the emperor's spirit realm. Emperor-level martial arts are my peak. It's good enough that I can understand one of them. This time, I'll stop. Finally, Long Zhe opened his eyes. Many people were stunned. Long Zhe was terrifying. He had comprehended an emperor-level martial art. He was the genius with the strongest comprehension ability. Master, I've learned a lot. Long Zhe patted his clothes and politely bowed to Scholar Gusu on the high platform. He had achieved his goal of coming to the snowy peak this time, which was to receive a reward from Scholar Gusu. Moreover, Scholar Gusu had a good impression of him. According to what he knew, Master Gusu's background wasn't simple. If he could establish a good relationship with her, his position in the Heavenly Dragon Empire would be more stable. Moreover, Master Gusu was such a beautiful woman. He had been secretly in love with her for a long time. If a teacher-student relationship happened, it wouldn't be a bad idea. However, after he spoke, the sound of the zither continued to reverberate from the high platform. Master Gusu hasn't stopped teaching. The crowd was stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Even Long Zhe's pupils constricted. What was going on? The lecture isn't over yet. A voice as gentle as water drifted out from Apprentice Gusu's mouth, answering the doubts in everyone's hearts. How is that possible? Long Zhe has already left. The lecture should be over. Could it be? There's another genius trying to comprehend martial arts. No way, a genius even more terrifying than Long Zhe. The crowd was in an uproar as they looked around. Then, their eyes landed on a young man in a blue and white robe. Their hearts instantly stopped beating. At this moment, Tang Yu and the others were also puzzled, but when they saw everyone looking at them, their bodies trembled and they subconsciously looked to the side. It was Lin Ling. Beside her, Lin Ling was still comprehending. His handsome face was as calm as an ancient well, as if everything that happened in the square had nothing to do with him. Lin Ling, we forgot about him. A terrified voice rang out. Many years later, they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling, although he hadn't been eliminated before, Lin Ling had only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months. Naturally, everyone had ignored him, and thought that the light would appear on Long Zhe or Lin Ling's body. But who would have thought that Lin Ling was actually still comprehending? This Lin Ling is amazing. And what was most terrifying was that the zither music was at the boundary of a king's step martial art. But Lin Ling was only at the king's spirit realm, and yet he hadn't experienced cultivation deviation. Compared to Lin Ling, Long Zhe was simply overshadowed. It's him again. Long Zhe's complexion was incomparably ugly. Lin Ling had once again stolen his limelight. At this time, he was proudly standing there, enjoying the admiring gazes of all the other geniuses. But this was incomparably ironic and funny. He hadn't reached the end, but he was already enjoying the limelight. Wasn't this shameful? I almost broke through that barrier. If I wanted to forcefully break through, I could, but that's not what I want to see. At this moment, Lin Ling withdrew from his state of enlightenment. His appearance was calm and relaxed, completely different from those geniuses who had forcefully comprehended before. In fact, he could have continued to comprehend, but he didn't think it would have much effect on him, so he chose to withdraw. He had used the zither music to comprehend two things. 1. To strengthen his foundation of a king-step martial art. 2. To ride the waves and break through to the next boundary. Unfortunately, his boundary was still a bit lacking. Then, he saw the gazes of everyone in the square turn towards him. This caused him to frown, not knowing what had happened. Lin Ling, your cultivation is at the late stage of the king's spirit realm, but you actually comprehended the martial arts to the end. Beside him, Tang Yue exclaimed in shock. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he helplessly shook his head. He didn't expect to become the center of attention. I'm speechless. His appearance caused Tang Yue to bitterly smile. Lin Ling didn't seem to know that he had shocked the entire square. As Lin Ling stood up, the zither music in the square also stopped. This caused many people to finally understand that Gusu's final zither was played for Lin Ling. Lin Ling really made people jealous. Impossible. Lin Ling, what sort of scheme did you use to deceive everyone? Screech. In the silence, Tai Yuezhan's angry roar came out. Long Zhe was stronger than him, he was convinced, but Lin Ling was also stronger than him. Why? Only his voice could be heard in the entire square. Lin Ling naturally heard him. He smiled disdainfully. Why do I meet a dog like you everywhere? You used to wag your tail at Su Fan, and now you're climbing the thigh of the heavenly dragon ancient kingdom. Other than being a dog, what else can you do? These words caused many people in the square to cover their mouths and laugh. Although Tai Yuezhan's strength was not bad, he was indeed very much like a dog who flattered everywhere. And that arrogant heavenly dragon over there, why are you standing so straight, standing so high? Do you want to prove that you've lost, or do you want to tell everyone that your skin is very thick? Shifting his gaze, Lin Ling looked at Long Zhe and smiled. Long Zhe's eyes were cold, he wanted to say something, but he did not have the face to say it. After all, his results were not the best. However, he was a proud descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but he was repeatedly humiliated by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was really hateful. As upright as a sword, but not without courage and wisdom. The rumored genius Lin Ling, sure enough, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. On the high platform, a gentle voice came. Master Gusu quietly looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. Only she knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Although his cultivation level was not high, but his martial arts comprehension was very deep. Even her Emperor Spirit Realm zither music did not seem to affect this young man. This young man was like a vast ocean, absorbing hundreds of rivers. Moreover, this young man gave her a very familiar feeling, which made her somewhat unable to see through him. Greetings Master Gusu. Lin Ling slightly bowed. No need to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Sister Gusu. Gusu Shui slightly smiled, then stood up. The billowing waves in front of her chest made countless people secretly lick their lips. Then they became even more envious of Lin Ling. After all, Master Gusu actually let Lin Ling call her big sister. This means that they are not disciples anymore, but friends. Chapter 635. Why wait? Seductress. Seductress. Lin Ling whispered in his heart. Then, he smiled and said, I want to see that stone sculpture. What? Look at the stone sculpture. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into an uproar. Lin Ling could obtain any reward, but he didn't want it. Instead, he wanted to look at the forbidden stone sculpture. Was he an idiot? Even apprentice Master Gusu was surprised. What shameless boasting! Do you know what that stone sculpture is? At this moment, Long Zai's cold voice sounded out. Many people were puzzled. They knew that it was a forbidden stone sculpture, but as for why it was forbidden, no one knew. It is a stone sculpture. It is a sinner, a disgrace, a waste. It is not tolerated by the 7 profound martial house. Anyone who dares to approach it will be beheaded. You Lin Ling are arrogant and ignorant. You actually dare to approach the stone sculpture. You simply don't understand yourself. Long Zai said with disdain. It's Di Wuji. Some people responded. If there was a disgrace and sinner, then it was the former martial house master's son, Di Wuji. That's right, you still want to look at the stone sculpture. Apprentice Master Gusu's voice was low and sad. In the past, that senior had guided her and allowed her to step onto the path of martial arts. However, under the slander of the current martial house master, that senior had become the laughingstock of tens of thousands of people. Sinner, disgrace, waste. Now, the stone sculpture had become a taboo. No one dared to approach it. It was like a monster being ridiculed by tens of thousands of people. He doesn't dare. He only knows that apprentice Master Gusu loves stone sculptures, so he played along with her. However, when he learned of the terror of the stone sculpture, he regretted it. This kind of person only wants to fish for fame. In order to approach apprentice Master Gusu, he is simply shameless. Long Zai's mocking voice sounded out again, causing many people to nod. In order to curry favor with apprentice Master Gusu, Lin Ling wanted to look at the stone sculpture. If so, then Lin Ling would lose face. After all, after learning of the terror of the stone sculpture, Lin Ling would not dare to look at the stone sculpture again. Forbidden stone sculpture, beheaded by tens of thousands. Lin Ling, if you have the courage, then go. Tai Yuzhan also coldly smiled. Lin Ling, don't go. Tang Yu said softly beside Lin Ling. She didn't know why Lin Ling wanted to look at the stone carvings. Was it really to please apprentice Gusu? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He looked at Tai Yuzhan and said, "Didn't you say that I cheated? All right then, now that everyone has proven themselves, we will walk towards the stone sculpture together. Do you dare? And Long Zai, the proud descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, do you dare?" The 2 words "do you dare" shook the entire plaza, causing countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was challenging Extreme Moon Beheader and Long Zai. You! Long Zai's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was questioning his pride, telling him to walk towards the stone sculpture as well. However, he didn't dare. The reason why the forbidden stone sculpture was terrifying was because it was a sword training stone. It was rumored that it already had a sword spirit. If a stranger approached, they would be killed without mercy. Therefore, he didn't dare. You only know how to talk and not do. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is only so. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Long Zai's face turned gloomy. Soon after, Long Zai saw Lin Ling walk out. He sneered and said, "You only know how to talk and not do. Aren't you running away now? Did I say that I gave up?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He slowly walked towards the high platform. He was using his own actions to prove that even if the stone sculpture was forbidden, he would still go and look at it. Long Zai's eyes narrowed. He thought that Lin Ling was going to leave the plaza. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would still go and look at the stone sculpture despite knowing that it was forbidden. Wasn't he afraid of death? This guy is so brave. Many young geniuses admired Lin Ling. He knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but he still chose to go there. Why does he want to look at the stone sculpture? Apprentice Gusu murmured. At this moment, she couldn't see through this young man anymore. He will die under the stone sculpture. Tai Yuzhan said coldly. He was waiting for a good show. Countless eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. He ignored them and walked towards the stone sculpture step by step. His elegant blue and white robe made many people feel like they were dreaming. Soon after, they saw that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture. Boom! A terrifying chi was released. That was a sword, countless swords. It was as if an ancient strong cultivator was holding the sword of heaven and earth, preventing Lin Ling from getting closer. You can't see clearly, you have to touch the forbidden area. You deserve to die. Long Zhe laughed gloatingly. Pa! However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling took another step forward. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Long Zhe's eyes widened. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the sword spirit. Whoosh! A formless sword wind drifted out, sweeping across the square. Many young geniuses felt the terror of the stone sculpture. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling didn't hesitate and continued to move forward. The sword training stone is the essence of the senior's many years of sword practice. After a long time, a sword spirit has been born. Unless it's someone recognized by the senior, anyone who gets close to it will be killed. Why is he fine? Gusu Shui looked at Lin Ling's back. She breathed heavily, causing her plump buttocks to jump up and down. He's getting closer and closer. The square was incomparably silent. Everyone stared at the young man. Finally, at a certain moment, the young man finally reached the stone sculpture. The stone sculpture was ancient and tall, like a giant that supported the heavens. Compared to the young man seemed incomparably small. But for some reason, the young man at this moment was like a giant that supported the heavens. Why are you waiting? A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Many people were puzzled. Lin Ling was talking to the stone sculpture. Was he stupid? Crazy? Tai Yuezhan coldly snorted. He didn't know why, but when he saw Lin Ling once again shocking the crowd, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. After all, he wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, to see Lin Ling overestimate himself and be killed by the stone sculpture. If you don't understand, then don't speak nonsense. He's communicating with the stone sculpture, talking to the sword spirit. At this moment, Gusu Shui's cold voice sounded, causing Tai Yuezhan's face to turn ugly. The apprentice was scolding him. But the stone sculpture had been there for so many years. Could Lin Ling communicate with the stone sculpture? What a fool's dream. Even Gusu Shui was puzzled. She was the only one who could get close to the stone sculpture, but she had never been able to communicate with it. However, she could feel that the stone sculpture had a soul, and the feeling it had towards her was the kindness of a senior. It was difficult for Lin Ling to communicate with the stone sculpture. To gain its recognition was even more difficult. At this moment, on the high stage, Lin Ling's face was sorrowful. The stone sculpture was lonely and desolate, like a hero past his prime. This was the sword spirit of Senior Wuji. In his eyes, ancient scenes appeared. In the past, Di Wuji's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest. He had an outstanding talent, but unfortunately, his talent had been stripped away by his senior apprentice brother, and he had been forced to wander the world. The pride of the Di bloodline had also declined. And the banner at the highest peak of the Seven Profound Martial House had changed from the surname Di to the surname Tian. Tian represented the current martial house master, Tian Lin. Di represented the Di bloodline. However, their pride had been stripped away, and the banner had been torn down and trampled underfoot. This was not a fair fight, but a conspiracy. If Di Wuji's talent hadn't been taken away, if his father hadn't wasted half his cultivation to save Di Wuji, if his father hadn't been besieged in the final battle, how could the banner have been taken away? The stone sculpture was Di Wuji's sword spirit. It was also Di Wuji's only obsession in the seven profound martial house. This was a belief. It was waiting day and night. It was waiting for the Di banner to be inserted into the clouds of the seven profound martial house once again. Chapter 636. I carry your pride on my shoulders. Senior Wuji has always been kind to others, but he ended up like this. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with tears. He had only met Di Wuji once, and Di Wuji had left everything to him, but had never asked him to do anything. Di Wuji had always been kind to others before his death because he liked Lin Ling, so he didn't want Lin Ling to carry his responsibilities. But now, Lin Ling wanted to take on this battle. I carry your pride on my shoulders, and I will help you plant your banner. Exclamation point. Lin Ling said to himself resolutely. His goal of challenging the prefecture lord had become even more firm. Then, with a clang, he pulled out the tyrannical song from his back and pointed it at the sky. Rumble. The stone statue moved. Countless cracks appeared, and a large amount of light surged towards Lin Ling. It seemed that it had finally arrived. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire stone statue exploded, and dust flew everywhere. In the eyes of countless people, an indomitable figure quietly appeared with a sword pointing at the sky. The stone statue has acknowledged him. The sword spirit has finally arrived. Exclamation point. Gusu Shue's heart trembled violently. She bit her red lips so hard that blood flowed out, but she didn't feel it. Her beautiful eyes stared at the young man, and there was only one guess in her heart. That senior successor had arrived. Rumble. On the high platform, the aftermath shook. Lin Ling stood upright, and the tyrannical song in his hand quietly changed. The two sword spirits seemed to have merged together, and a surge of joy and excitement was emitted. Only this sword sings hegemony song of the world. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could sense that the tyrant song sword was emanating a terrifying sword will, which made him feel as if his entire body was filled with power. It was as if he could slash the heavens with his sword and sing the tyrant song for 1,000 years. This power came from the stone statue's sword spirit. It seemed to have waited for a long time, and it was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying sword intent. Of course, this sword intent would decrease as time passed, and it would eventually allow the tyrannical song to reach 60% sword intent. This was incomparably terrifying. After all, Lin Ling's hegemon sword art's final move was only half a step into 50% sword intent. But now, it had reached 60% sword intent. Is this the final change? However, there is still a large amount of sword intent in the tyrannical song sword. These will disappear with the passage of time, so it's best not to waste them. Lin Ling gently stroked the tyrannical song sword before coldly laughing. He was confident that he would be able to kill any mid-stage or even late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator with this short amount of time. How could he possibly waste it? I'm sorry, I walked in front of the stone sculpture. A cold voice rang out in the air, causing the entire place to be silent. Numerous gazes were fixed on Lin Ling. After which, a heroic voice rang out, Long Zai, Tai Yuzhan, you two pieces of trash. Before this, you didn't dare to challenge me. Do you dare to challenge me again? What? Lin Ling is challenging two geniuses. Many people's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling was too arrogant. At this moment, Long Zai and Tai Yuzhan's faces were extremely gloomy. Before, when Lin Ling asked them to walk towards the stone sculpture, they didn't dare to do so. Now, Lin Ling even dared to challenge them. This Lin Ling was courting death. Do you dare to let me test my sword? While the two of them were furious, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out again. You're too arrogant. I'll challenge you to a duel. After all, you're above me on the 7 profound genius list. I'll take your ranking in front of everyone. Tai Yuzhan wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, so he naturally agreed. Duel. I'm sorry, I'm not your opponent. However, just as Tai Yuzhan was about to jump onto the stage, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. The crowd was stunned. Lin Ling had challenged 2 geniuses to a duel, but now he admitted defeat and said that he wasn't Tai Yuzhan's opponent. This was too embarrassing. Even if you're not my opponent, I'll still challenge you to take my ranking. Tai Yuzhan didn't plan on letting Lin Ling go. In fact, he also knew that Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. After all, he was a genius of the Emperor's spirit realm. However, Lin Ling admitting defeat made him lose a lot of face. You've already challenged me to a duel. How can I not fight just because you admit defeat? You have to fight even if you don't want to. Tai Yuzhan shouted again with incomparable arrogance. However, Lin Ling disdainfully shook his head and said, I'm not your opponent in a duel, but in a battle to the death. Are you my opponent? What, a battle to the death? Lin Ling means that he admitted defeat in the duel, but in a battle to the death, Tai Yuzhan must win. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Tai Yuzhan was stunned and his eyes turned red. Lin Ling didn't admit defeat, he wanted to kill him. This made him angry and shouted, I accept your challenge to a battle to the death. Yes. In the 7 profound martial house, disciples couldn't casually kill each other. But if there were grievances that were difficult to resolve, then they could use a battle to the death. I've been waiting for you to say this. I'll cut you down with my sword. Lin Ling laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. The grudges between him and Tai Yuzhan should be resolved, but this wasn't enough. He looked at Long Zhe and said, what about you? After Tai Yuzhan dies, do you dare to come to a battle to the death? Since they were enemies, then he might as well kill them all in one fell swoop to avoid future troubles. I've already wanted to invite you to a battle to the death, but I was afraid that you wouldn't dare. Now that you've taken the initiative to invite me to a battle, you're just courting death. Long Zhe was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was stupid. To invite him to a battle to the death, he was more than happy to do so. Lin Ling is crazy. In the blink of an eye, he's defeated 2 people, and they're both masters of the Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling is only at the late King's spirit realm. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They had already heard of Lin Ling's reputation, but seeing him in person today, it really was better than seeing him in person. Not only that, but Lin Ling had only been a 7 profound heavens chosen for a short period of time, and now he dared to challenge the older generation of heavens chosen. This courage was truly admirable. No longer paying attention to Long Zhe, Lin Ling looked at Tai Yuzhan, and then helplessly shook his head. Tai Yuzhan, I think you're very pitiful. In the past, in order to flatter Master Su Fan, you've suppressed me many times, and even had people assassinate me. The result was that you didn't die, but today, in order to flatter the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you've lost your life. I only hope that you won't be a dog in your next life. It's hard to say who's going to lose their life. The pitiful one is you. Although I flatter others, at least I'm constantly getting stronger. Although you're not afraid of power, you're still going to die. However, you've helped me achieve my goal. Before I die, you let me flatter Great Sun Elder and Su Fan again. Tai Yuzhan laughed. Lin Ling said that he liked to flatter others, then he would admit it. In any case, the one who died was Lin Ling. So what if Lin Ling laughed at him? He could only laugh at him in hell. In this world, the one who survived would be the one who had the last laugh. I'm at the early Emperor spirit realm, and you're only at the late King's spirit realm. The gap between our realms can never be closed. Lin Ling, die. Tai Yuzhan didn't give Lin Ling any more chances to speak. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom! The stage shook, and countless people's hearts trembled. Early Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses were indeed terrifying. In the 7 profound heavens chosen list, Tai Yuzhan's ranking was indeed higher than Lin Ling's. And Lin Ling challenged him to a battle. They couldn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Countless gazes fell on Lin Ling. Some were gloating, some were worried, but most of them were indifferent. They were wondering how many moves Lin Ling could block from Tai Yuzhan. But how many moves? Chapter 637. The flame of faith was not extinguished. My sword world dominates the world. Swish. A sharp sword light slashed out, wanting to cut the sun and moon in half. Countless people closed their eyes because it was too terrifying. It was like the sun in the sky, like a sword that did not exist in this world. Rumble. This sword shook the heavens and earth. It was Lin Ling's strongest sword attack so far. Because this was not Lin Ling's power, but the power of the stone statue's sword soul. It was a power that would fade with time, so it would be useless if it was not used now. No. Before the sword hit Tai Yuzhan sensed how terrifying it was. It should not exist in the king's spirit realm. Even a peak emperor spirit realm cultivator would not be able to do so. 80% sword intent. Gu Sushue stared at the sword. It was very familiar. She vaguely saw the elegance of that senior. How is this possible? Long Zai's expression changed. He thought Lin Ling was an ant, but after Lin Ling's sword attack, he realized how terrifying it was. Swish. He quickly rushed over to help Tai Yuzhan. If he did not help, Tai Yuzhan would be killed. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Do you regret it? That sword was like an emperor's sword. It carried a majestic voice that entered Tai Yuzhan's ears. Did he regret it? If he had known that Lin Ling's sword was so terrifying, he would not have agreed to the life and death battle. He was an emperor spirit realm cultivator, but he could not block a single sword. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment he dared to assassinate Lin Ling, he was already on the road to hell. Swish. The sword passed, and his head flew. Plop. Tai Yuzhan's body fell on the stage. The crowd was silent. A 7 profound genius died just like that. He could not block a single attack. When did Lin Ling's sword become so terrifying? Lin Ling, you dare to kill my man. Die. Long Zai was still slow, but he charged at Lin Ling with murderous intent. His spiritual energy erupted at the same time, and 100 dragons roared. This was the true bloodline of a dragon. In fact, in the 100 regions, there were quite a number of martial artists who possessed dragon martial arts. Take the Crown Prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom for example. He possessed dragon martial arts, but it was a pity that it was just dragon aura, and it wasn't pure. However, Long Zai had the bloodline of a dragon. According to legend, the ancestors of this bloodline had once obtained the essence blood of a dragon and exchanged it for a new life. From then on, they possessed the divine might of a dragon. The effects of an ancient bloodline were obvious. It could easily kill an expert at the same cultivation realm. And now, Lin Ling was only at the king's spirit realm. If Lin Ling fought Long Zai again, could he still kill him with one sword strike? Rumble. As Long Zai strode forward, a huge azure dragon swam behind him, looking down on all living beings. I will fight with you. If you have the ability, kill me with one sword strike. A majestic voice floated out from Long Zai's mouth. A terrifying aura swept out, allowing him to get closer to Lin Ling. The crowd saw as though an azure dragon was pouncing at Lin Ling. Slash as usual. However, what was even more terrifying was that the crowd heard Lin Ling's indifferent words, slash as usual. Facing Long Zhe, who possessed the bloodline of a dragon and had a higher cultivation realm, Lin Ling actually arrogantly said that he would slash as usual. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. On the high platform, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands. An ancient aura was emitted, making him look like the king of swords. All the sword intent that he obtained from the stone sculpture Sword Soul was gushing out crazily at this moment. He wanted to use all his strength on that sword. He wanted to see how powerful that sword was. Hegemony of the world. Rumble. The sword slashed down, wanting to split the earth. This sword contained 100% of the true meaning of the sword. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent exploded, causing countless people to appear on the snowy peak. A large number of students looked at the young man holding the sword in fear. 100%. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this young man? Fake, this is all fake. How can 100% sword intent appear on your body? Long Zhe maintained his charging posture, but he stopped abruptly. He was terrified. He did not expect that Lin Ling's previous sword strike was not the pinnacle, but this sword strike was the pinnacle. 100% sword intent, only those ancient powerhouses of the Heavenly Dragon Empire had it. That sword strike was enough to kill him. Wait, this battle, I admit defeat. Retreat. Long Zhe anxiously retreated, his heart was incomparably panicked. His noble appearance of the Heavenly Dragon bloodline was nowhere to be seen. He stared at Lin Ling and found that on Lin Ling's indifferent face, there was a ruthless smile. That was the smile of the Sword Emperor. On the road to hell, with you accompanying Tai Yuzhan, he will not be lonely. Bang! Boom! Without any more nonsense, the sword slashed down. The brilliance of the sword was like the last sword strike of Di Wuji's life. How could Long Zhe block this sword strike? 100% sword intent cut through everything, turning Long Zhe's body into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. He, Long Zhe, the proud bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, came here with pride, looking down on everything. After Lin Ling offended him, he was still thinking about how to make Lin Ling suffer a fate worse than death. However, he did not expect that the snowy peak would be his doomsday. He did not even have the chance to fight back against Lin Ling, everything turned into ashes. Rumble. Under that sword strike, the snow on the snowy peak melted, the snow clouds in the sky dispersed, and the snowy peak was actually covered by the sun for the first time. What a terrifying sword strike! Countless terrified eyes looked at the young man on the high platform. At this moment, they were so shocked that they could not speak. But the young man on the high platform stood tall like a mountain, the sword in his hand slanted. He calmly said, "This is the first time I have experienced 100% sword intent. Is this Senior Wuji's glorious sword strike? This sword also represents that the fires of Senior Wuji's faith have not been extinguished." With that tranquil voice, the blazing sun in the sky shined down on the young man's body, making him incomparably dazzling. Lin Ling, not long ago at the Dragon Coiling Lake competition, had awed all the heroes. But in just a few days, his name had once again shaken the seven profound martial house. That is Senior's sword strike. Of all the people present, Gusu Shui was the most excited. She could faintly see the sword of the person who had shown her kindness. She anxiously asked, "Lin Ling, is this your 100% sword intent?" Her question was also the doubt in the hearts of countless people. After all, that sword strike had been too terrifying. And in the sky, the apprentices looked down at the young man with complex expressions. They also wanted to know whether or not that sword strike was Lin Ling's. Especially Su Fan. He had also come and witnessed Lin Ling's terrifying sword strike, so he was also curious. That is not the strength that I control, but the stone sculpture's sword soul. As time passes, that strength will disappear. So before that, I want to borrow it to deal with some people who have ill intentions. Lin Ling lightly said, not concealing anything. But as his eyes swept over them, all the genius disciples lowered their heads in horror. They could not afford to provoke the current Lin Ling. But many of the disciples also relaxed. Luckily, this was a borrowed strength. If Lin Ling really had this strength, then he would be the #1 monstrous talent in the history of the 7 profound martial house. But what they didn't know was that although Lin Ling did not have 100% sword intent, he had already reached 60%. Chapter 638. A long talk. This child is not simple. The Grand Master solemnly looked at Lin Ling and finally left. Lin Ling's strength did not lie in his current strength, but in his potential. Moreover, in the 7 profound martial house, there were very few geniuses that could maintain their sharpness. But most of these geniuses were short-lived, and would eventually be surpassed by other geniuses. There were very, very few geniuses like Lin Ling that could continue to shine. He must be killed, otherwise there will be no end to his troubles. Su Fan's face was cold and indifferent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling even more, but unfortunately, he could not find the opportunity. He could only assassinate him. He did not dare to kill him in broad daylight. But at the same time, he sneered in his heart. Lin Ling was very arrogant. He did not fear anyone who dared to provoke him. Not long ago, he had beheaded a descendant of the Justice Duan bloodline, and now he had even beheaded a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. In front of him, all the aristocratic bloodlines could not be arrogant. But because of this, Lin Ling had offended a terrifying enemy. As far as he knew, there were several people on the 7 profound heavens chosen list that came from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. And at this moment, above the ancient giant tree in the rainforest Holy Land, there was a giant leaf floating in the clouds. This leaf was as large as a mountain peak, and there were 2 figures quietly standing on it, both of them looking into the distance. Di Wuji's descendant, so you came here for this purpose. Good, I want to see if you can take back the glory that you have lost. You have accepted this belief, but can you bear it? The man lightly said, his eyes filled with a domineering aura. Behind him, on the ancient leaf, there was a colorful banner that shined with a dazzling light. This was the symbol of the 7 profound martial house, and on this banner was embroidered the word sky, representing the name of the current martial house master. To be able to place a banner on a giant tree was an endless glory in the rainforest Holy Land. Besides this leaf, there were also 6 other banners on the other leaves. These were the banners of the other 6 martial arts halls. And now, Lin Ling's goal was to place the banner that belonged to Di on the leaf. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The man disdainfully said. He simply did not care. He was the current martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, Tian Lin. Master, other than Lin Ling, the Di clan has also revived. Beside him stood a black-clothed young girl. Her looks were also devastatingly beautiful, but she was a little cold and elegant. Her beautiful eyes carried a sense of ambition and ambition. She was the martial house lord of Skyforest's disciple, the second dream. Meng, who do you think is more likely? Is it Di Jitian, Di Jitsuan, or Lin Ling? The man asked softly. His voice was faintly discernible, as if he had the entire world in his heart. The Di clan's talent is very terrifying. On the surface, Di Tian and the others are a bigger threat, but I've come into contact with Lin Ling and I always feel that it's harder to see through him. The second dream softly said. If Lin Ling were here, he would definitely recognize her. She was the black-clothed leader that Lin Ling had kidnapped when he was saving Di Jichuan. No matter how hard it is to see through him, they have no hope at all. The man shook his head. His vision was different from the second dream's. The second dream felt that Lin Ling was hard to see through, but his status and strength were higher. Therefore, no matter how mysterious Lin Ling was, he could only be this mysterious. He felt that Lin Ling had no hope of defeating him. After all, Lin Ling had many enemies. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Alright, everyone, disperse. At this moment, Gu Sushue's voice came from the square, asking the young geniuses to leave. Then, Gu Sushue asked Lin Ling to follow her. The two of them, one in front and one behind, entered the side room of the mansion. Lin Ling looked at the curvy figure in front of him and frowned slightly. In fact, he still didn't know why Gu Sushue looked for him, but he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was thinking about challenging the Martial House Lord. He had accepted the Sword Soul, which made him even more determined to challenge the Martial House Lord. He knew that the Martial House Lord must know this as well, but the Martial House Lord didn't stop him. Perhaps he knew that it was impossible for him to reach the Martial House Lord's height. Don't underestimate me. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. His fighting spirit was even stronger. After a while, Lin Ling came to Gu Sushue's side room. There was a faint fragrance that made people feel comfortable. After Gu Sushue came to the side room, she smiled gently and left Lin Ling in the room. She went to take a bath and change her clothes. Through the curtain, Lin Ling could vaguely see the beautiful figure, especially the magnificent twin peaks. Lin Ling subconsciously licked his lips. This apprentice was a clean freak. Moreover, she didn't look like a strict apprentice, but more like a mature and charming woman. An apprentice is also a human. She's not the kind of person you think she is. As if she sensed Lin Ling's thoughts, a gentle voice came from the curtain. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Not long after, Gu Sushue came out in a pink dress. Her long hair cascaded down her back. Her bare feet stepped on the carpet, giving off a lazy feeling. When she came close to Lin Ling smelled a unique feminine fragrance. Gu Sushue smiled and poured tea for Lin Ling. She bent over, revealing her snow-white skin. Lin Ling's mouth went dry, and he quickly retracted his gaze. If you want to look, then look. It's not like it's taboo. Moreover, I'm wearing clothes. Gu Sushue poured tea and muttered to herself. Lin Ling rolled his eyes. He was actually looked down on. This time, I invited you not to take advantage of me, but I do have something to tell you. Gu Sushue sat down and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. But before that, I want to ask you two questions. First, you didn't seem to be affected by the zither and you didn't reach your limit. Am I right? Lin Ling was only in the king's spirit realm, but he could comprehend all the king's stage martial arts, so she was very surprised. The most terrifying thing was that the emperor's stage martial arts didn't seem to be able to stop Lin Ling. The king's stage martial arts can't affect me, but the emperor's stage martial arts can. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, the emperor's stage martial arts couldn't affect Lin Ling. After all, he had obtained the Wuxia Sword Saint's memories, so as long as he could see the martial arts, he would be able to comprehend and remember them. No rank could stop him. This was the reward he received after risking his life in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. Chi! Gu Sushue gasped. This little guy was really terrifying. She asked again, who is Di Wuji to you? Benefactor. Lin Ling said after a moment of silence. He didn't say master because Di Wuji didn't take him in as a disciple, so he only said benefactor. For him, you want to challenge the mansion lord. You're really a person who repays kindness. Gu Sushue's beautiful eyes flashed. This world was cold and merciless. There were very few people who valued friendship as much as this young man. Just because of a pointer, you treat Senior Wuji as your master. You're also a person who repays kindness. Lin Ling replied. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. They were both people who had received kindness from Di Wuji, so they resonated with each other. Okay, now I'll tell you my purpose. I was invited by someone, so I invited you. Have you heard of the Great Qin Empire? It's one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. Back then, during the Dragon Lake tournament, your name shook the 7 Xian kingdom, so Qin Jingtian, who has the bloodline of the great Qin Empire, wants to recruit you. Chapter 639. The Great Qin Empire. The 5 great ancient countries are the 5 strongest factions in the 100 domains. Furthermore, they have quite a reputation in the rainforest sacred land. Usually, they would extend an olive branch to the 7 great martial hall. As long as it's a true genius, they would place great importance on them. I know that you like to be alone, but I can tell you that the rainforest sacred land is more complicated than you imagine. In front of you are the 7 great martial hall, behind you are the 5 great ancient countries, and above them is the even larger desolate race. You might not be afraid alone, but what about your friends? Furthermore, you have offended 2 ancient countries, so it is not wrong to get closer to the great Qin Empire. Gu Sushue advised. She thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant to join any power, but Lin Ling laughed, as long as you treat me sincerely, why not? Lin Ling was not a fool. He needed time to grow, so he would not be at a disadvantage if he formed an alliance with others. Furthermore, he had many enemies, and they would not let him grow. You agree? However, I heard that the Qin clan leader was injured. If you go, you might not be able to see him immediately. Gu Sushue immediately laughed, making Lin Ling ask curiously, clan leader? Aren't they an empire? They are called an empire to outsiders, but internally, they are a large family. A family with the bloodline of the Xuanwu, so they call each other clan leaders. The Great Qin Empire has 24 clan leaders, and the one who invited you is one of them. And the 5 ancient countries all have territories in the rainforest sacred land, so the clan leader is also in the rainforest sacred land. Gu Sushue explained, and then passed a jade token to Lin Ling. This is their address in the rainforest sacred land. After Lin Ling received the jade token, she asked expectantly, the Qin clan leader is injured. Are you good at healing? Healing? Yes. Lin Ling smiled confidently. He was originally a powerful alchemist, and with the memories of the Wuxia Sword Saint, his knowledge of alchemy was even greater. After all, after the Wuxia Sword Saint was crippled, he relied on himself to explore the art of alchemy and recover. Master, have you been irritated by your cultivation recently? Lin Ling asked. Gu Sushue's beautiful eyes narrowed. After reaching the Saint Spirit realm, it was difficult for her to break through to the next level. Every time she cultivated, she would be frustrated, causing her spirit energy to fluctuate. When a martial artist cultivates, they borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform their body. In the short term, it seems fine, but after a long time, the spiritual energy will become impure, and the mind will become restless. If it is not dealt with properly, or if it is cultivated in peace, then it will be difficult to advance in the future. In the worst case, one will suffer from qi deviation, and their cultivation will be destroyed. Lin Ling lightly said. Every medicine had its own poison, not to mention the fact that the spirit qi had been continuously absorbed. Therefore, after a long time, the spirit qi would definitely become mixed and chaotic. Moreover, the spirit qi of the Holy Spirit realm was very large, and it was even more difficult to purify it. How do you know? Gu Sushue said in surprise. This young man's cultivation level was not high, but he knew more than her. They told me. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. This person was naturally Di Wuji. After all, Di Wuji was the strongest person under the current palace master. How could he not know? Find me 5 kinds of spiritual herbs, warm yang jade, dazzling light crystal, 5 elements snow grass, aquamarine stone, and boundary stone. I will refine a 7th grade clear heart pill for you, and then pair it with an 8th grade sky capital bright river pill. Take one of each pill day and night. After 10 days, your symptoms will disappear, and your cultivation will improve again. Lin Ling frowned as he recalled. The way to cure this symptom was very simple. First, get rid of the distracting thoughts, and focus on clearing the heart. Then, refine the spiritual energy, and get rid of the impurities. This way, the cultivation will be more solid. The Clear Heart Pill is a pill that calms the mind, but its grade is not very high. As for the Sky Capital Bright River Pill, I have never heard of it. Gu Sushue was surprised and curious. What kind of secret was this little guy hiding? The Clear Heart Pill's grade does not seem high, but it has to be the right medicine. Not every pill that calms the mind is effective. As for the Sky Capital Bright River Pill, I'm afraid that in the rainforest sacred land, only I know how to refine it. Lin Ling smiled confidently. But it was true. Only Di Wuji knew how to refine the Sky Capital Bright River Pill. But Di Wuji had already passed away, so Lin Ling was the only one who knew how to refine it. And that pill came from another sacred land on the horizon. It was the pill recipe that Di Wuji had obtained in the past. If you can get rid of my cultivation worries, then you are very powerful. As far as I know, in the Emperor's Spirit Realm and Saint's Spirit Realm, there are many cultivators who have this symptom. They are helpless and can only rely on the accumulation of time to slowly get rid of the symptoms. Gu Sushue sucked in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a terrifying amount of wealth. Her body leaned forward slightly, revealing the deep cleavage that made countless men dry up, snow-white and full. Master, don't look at me with such a perverted gaze. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This master was really a stunner. Have you investigated Lin Ling's background? At this moment, in a mansion in the rainforest sacred land, a middle-aged man had his eyes closed, gently sipping tea. In front of him stood a black-clothed man, a respectful expression on his face. Sir, Lin Ling comes from the cloud domain. It used to be the lower 3 regions, but because of Lin Ling's rise, it became the middle 3 regions. So, he has no background at all. The man opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. He was the man who had helped Duan Tianhe at the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, Duan Tianhe. He was also a great figure of the Justice Duan bloodline. In the past, Lin Ling had killed a descendant of his Justice Duan bloodline. If it weren't for the 7 profound martial house, he would have already killed Lin Ling. But now, he had sent people to investigate Lin Ling's background and see why this youth was so fearless. However, the result left him shocked. This youth had no background at all. He only came from the middle 3 regions, and in that sort of place, he alone could sweep through everything. And I have news that Lin Ling also killed a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire not long ago. The black-clothed man said again. This boy is really brave and extraordinary. Although he looks brave and fierce, he is actually quite astute. His background is ordinary and yet he has grown to such a degree. He must have seen many great storms and waves, and knows how to face death and survive. So he killed Duan Tianhe and didn't die. What an interesting boy. Duan Tianhe's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. If Lin Ling was the type of person who was brave but not resourceful, then he wouldn't be so afraid. But Lin Ling was brave and resourceful. This kind of trouble had to be eliminated. Sir, there is no need to worry. There are many people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. They will find Lin Ling to settle accounts. But we are not from the 7 profound martial house, so we cannot enter the 7 profound martial house and move against Lin Ling. The black-clothed man said. Duan Tianhe nodded, and then said, during this time, has there been any movement from Old Ghost Qin? Currently, most of the business in the streets and city squares has been seized by us. But Old Ghost Qin can't even protect himself. His Qilin fire has flared up again, and he is looking for an alchemist to treat him. Serves him right. Old Ghost Qin's foundation in this area is unstable. Then we will take advantage of his illness and take his life. Bribe all the alchemists nearby. I want to make old Ghost Qin explode with anger. Duan Tianhe was in a very good mood. His Justice Duan bloodline had always had grievances with the great Qin Empire, so he was eager to see this scene. Sir, this move is ruthless. Chapter 640. Qilin Fire. As long as a genius on the seven profound heavens chosen list had great potential, then all the major powers would extend an olive branch to them. Therefore, when they knew that Lin Ling had been chosen by the great Qin Empire, Ouyang Feiyang and the others were happy for Lin Ling. After all, to be chosen by one of the 5 great ancient countries was not an easy matter. Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. According to the map on the Jade Token, he left the 7 profound martial house. The rainforest Holy Land was very large. Some people even said that this ancient continent was larger than the entire 100 territories, and it was also more mysterious and ancient. And this time, the location was the main city of the rainforest Holy Land. The main city was all-encompassing and boundless. There were people from the 100 territories, as well as people from the 7 halls of martial arts. It was a world of powerhouses. Before long, Lin Ling arrived at a manor. This was the residence of one of the great Qin Empire's family heads. What a large manor! Stopping in front of the manor, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the rainforest Holy Land was extremely sacred. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to have one's own territory. But for the great Qin Empire to have such a large manor, this proved that they were fierce. Halt, who goes there? At the manor's gate, several guards coldly shouted. Their cultivation was actually at the Emperor's spirit realm, but they were older than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was about to speak when a red-robed youth walked out of the gate. He looked at Lin Ling, and then happily said, "Genius Lin Ling, you've finally come." This was the first time that Lin Ling had seen this person. He must be the Qin Jingtian that apprentice Gusu had spoken of. He was older than Lin Ling by about 2 years, but his strength was unfathomable. This caused Lin Ling to be secretly surprised. I won't say any more polite words. Sister Gusu should have already conveyed my intentions. That's right, I want to represent the Qin family and form an alliance with you. In other words, I'm extending an olive branch to you. Qin Jingtian smiled and went straight to the point. Lin Ling immediately had a good impression of him. First, this person respected him. Second, this person's personality was straightforward. I'm older than you by 2 years, so I'll take the liberty of calling you brother. Alright, Brother Qin. The two of them exchanged a few words before entering the mansion. The guards at the entrance were secretly shocked. They had seen the young man as well. He was only at the late stage of the king's spirit realm, but the second young master had personally come to greet him and even treated him with respect. This was too abnormal. After all, he was only at the late stage of the king's spirit realm. No matter how talented he was, how talented could he be? This time, I originally wanted to introduce you to Father, but some unforeseen events have occurred. In the corridor, Qin Jingtian sighed softly. Lin Ling nodded. He had heard from apprentice Gusu that the Qin clan's patriarch seemed to be injured. Thinking about it, this should be the reason. At present, my sister has invited many alchemists, but the effect doesn't seem to be great. There was a tinge of worry between Qin Jingtian's brows. His father was their sky. If he fell, then they would lose their prestige in the great Qin Empire. Moreover, the Justice Duan clan was eyeing them covetously. This time, they might take the opportunity to retaliate. I also know a bit of alchemy. Let's see if I can help. Lin Ling said with a smile. Since he had formed an alliance with the great Qin Empire, then he would naturally contribute. You're also an alchemist. Then thank you. Yes. Qin Jingtian was surprised, but he didn't have much hope. The manor was large and heavily guarded. Lin Ling followed Qin Jingtian, secretly surprised. His soul force could sense that there were a great number of royal spirit realm masters hidden in the shadows. If they tried to force their way in, they would be mercilessly killed. The great Qin Empire's background was truly deep. Second brother, why are you still here? Yes. At this moment, in the brightly lit corridor, a clear and dignified voice sounded out. A white-clothed woman walked over. Lin Ling looked through the light. This woman's figure and appearance were good, but her temperament was noble and dignified. It was clear that her status wasn't low. She's my sister, Qin Lan. Yes. Qin Jingtian said in a low voice, as if he were in awe of his sister. But Lin Ling could sense that this woman was about the same age as Gusu Shui, but she was also very strong. This youth is? Yes. Arriving in front of the two, Qin Lan lightly asked. He's a friend of mine from the Seven Profound Martial House. He was invited by Master Gusu. Because his potential is good, I want to introduce him to Father. Qin Jingtian smiled. He's Gusu Shui's disciple. Qin Lan glanced at Lin Ling and calmly nodded. But she didn't place too much importance on him. After a few words, she led Qin Jingtian and Lin Ling to the main hall. There were many geniuses in the Seven Profound Martial House. Some of these geniuses came from ordinary backgrounds, so they would look for a backer. This youth was likely the same, but his strength was only at the late king's spirit realm. This was a bit weak, so Qin Lan didn't place him in her eyes. Moreover, although her little brother wanted to help the family, he was too young and his vision wasn't too good. A moment later, the three of them arrived at a grand hall. This place was gorgeous and noble, and in the corners burned red sandalwood incense. There were a dozen or so people in the hall. The youngest was nearly 30 years old, and the oldest was grizzled white. But the only thing they had in common was that they all had a noble temperament. They seemed to be alchemists. And their eyes were fixed on a man in the hall. This man was boldly sitting on a chair. His tiger-like eyes opened and closed, and there was a dignified aura about him. He was one of the 24 family heads of the great Qin Empire. The man slightly opened his eyes, and his gaze swept over Lin Ling as he entered the hall. Then, he closed his eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to see through Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to frown. This man's strength was as vast and boundless as the sea, it was terrifying. He is my father, Qin Shao. Qin Jingtian said in awe, and Lin Ling nodded. Everyone, is there any way to suppress this injury? At this moment, Qin Lan's voice sounded out, and there was a touch of majesty in it. Everyone looked at that valiant figure, and their eyebrows wrinkled. Miss, the family head's injury is an old illness. It comes from the Qilin fire of the Justice Duan bloodline. When this fire enters the body, it will constantly grow and form a Qilin fire soul. I fear that wanting to expel it will be difficult. You are all alchemists, and you can't even treat such a small injury. You can rest assured that as long as the injury is healed, you can ask for any reward. Qin Lan's voice was somewhat unhappy. She had invited many alchemists, but none of them seemed to be able to do anything. And in a short period of time, it would be difficult for her to invite a stronger alchemist. It had to be known that to become an alchemist, the conditions were very harsh, let alone an experienced alchemist. She had once liked someone, but the Justice Duan bloodline had intervened and snatched away that talent. That person was the Seven Profound Martial House's Dan Luofan. It was said that this person's skill in alchemy was extremely profound, and that he had received guidance from old Xian of the Seven Profound Martial House. This Qilin fire is not something that can be cured in a day. If it was treated at the beginning, then we would have 60% confidence. But now, the Qilin fire soul has grown. Unless one has a 5th grade water-type king body, and also a profound alchemy skill, it will be difficult to suppress. Yes, I have tried dozens of healing pills before, but the effect wasn't too great. One alchemist after another awkwardly said. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Chapter 641. Let me try. The alchemists felt even more embarrassed. After all, they didn't cure the patient but still received payment. This was a bit shameful for the alchemists. You guys are not living up to the name of alchemists, Qin Lan said with dissatisfaction. This made the alchemists even more embarrassed. How about I try to cure this fire disease? At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and found that the speaker was a young man in a blue and white robe. They were shocked. Even Qin Shao was slightly surprised. After all, the alchemists were helpless, but the young man said that he wanted to try. This surprised him. Although alchemy was the same as martial arts, and there was no lack of geniuses, the young man was too young. How could his knowledge and experience be compared to the alchemists present? Lin Ling, you want to try? Qin Jingtian was also surprised. Previously, Lin Ling said that he would try his best, but Qin Jingtian didn't expect much. Is Gu Sushue's disciple also arrogant? They can't do anything, but you can. Qin Lan frowned. She was already in a bad mood, and after seeing Lin Ling overestimating himself, her mood became even worse. Moreover, she had a good relationship with Gu Sushue. She knew Gu Sushue's strength, so how strong could Gu Sushue's disciple be? Maybe. Lin Ling nodded. Qin Lan's words made him unhappy. After all, he also wanted to cure the family head, but Qin Lan said that he was arrogant. Maybe. How confident are you? My father's injury is not for you to test, and I don't want you to waste your time. Qin Lan's expression became even worse. This young man obviously wanted to climb up the Qin family's thigh, but his attitude was too arrogant. How many alchemists are 100% confident in refining pills? Moreover, how can you know if you will succeed if you don't try? If you are afraid of failure and don't dare to try, then nothing will succeed. As for wasting time, it seems that you are wasting a lot of time now. Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone gasped. This young man was neither arrogant nor humble. He actually dared to refute the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Qin Lan was even more dissatisfied. Frivolous and unrestrained, not only did she not dislike this kind of person, but she liked it very much. But arrogant without strength, this kind of person was very detestable. Young man, may I ask if you've refined a 5th-grade medicinal pill before? Or perhaps, you have an alchemist jade token. What rank is he? In the hall, a white-haired alchemist said disdainfully. Previously, Lin Ling had said that they were wasting time. This was a disgrace to them. Moreover, did this young man have the right to say such words? When I was your age, I could only refine 4th-grade pills at best. Young man, it's good to be young and frivolous, but you also have to look at the situation. Otherwise, you'll only embarrass yourself. Hee, you overestimate yourself. The other alchemists also snorted in disdain. As for Qin Lan, she no longer paid any attention to Lin Ling. Instead, she looked at her younger brother. Jingtian, you're recruiting someone like him. My Qin family wants geniuses, not impulsive people. Let him go. As for Gu Sushue, I'll talk to her. Qin Jingtian's expression changed slightly. In fact, he did think highly of Lin Ling, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to stand up for him, causing everyone to be dissatisfied. Now, it was difficult for him to back down. Others would also question his judgment. Although we failed, at least we left on our own, unlike some people who were chased away by others. The other alchemists gloated. Lin Ling didn't care about these smiles. He stretched out his right hand and a medicinal pill appeared. Although I don't have an alchemist jade token, I have a medicinal pill that I refined myself. It's an 8th-grade Sky Capital Bright River pill. As soon as the 8th-grade medicinal pill appeared, the hall fell silent. The alchemists maintained their mocking expressions and their eyes widened. They were respected alchemists. Although they weren't famous in the rainforest Holy Land, they still had some reputation. However, they had never refined an 8th-grade medicinal pill. Even the most respected alchemist among them had only refined a 7th-grade medicinal pill. And this young man had refined an 8th-grade medicinal pill. He had to be lying. You refined it? Qin Lan's heart fiercely shook. Although she wasn't an alchemist, she knew just how difficult an 8th-grade medicinal pill was. Didn't you want qualifications? Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever, causing Qin Xiao to burst out in laughter. This is our fault. I didn't think that there would be such a talented alchemist hidden here. Earlier, you said that if you were afraid of failure and didn't dare to try, then nothing would succeed. If you don't try, how would you know if you would succeed? I, Qin Xiao, am very fond of this kind of attitude and the way you conduct yourself. Father. Qin Lan immediately shouted. Although Lin Ling had taken out an 8th-grade medicinal pill, who knew whether or not it was refined by Lin Ling? Perhaps it was the medicinal pill he had bought. You have courage. Then I will do my best. Qin Xiao's boldness left a good impression on Lin Ling. He strode forward. His carefree attitude made Qin Jingtian a little anxious. If he failed, then Lin Ling's consequences would be very troublesome. Moreover, he would also have endless troubles. After all, he was the one who brought Lin Ling here. I hope you will do your best. If something happens to my father, then you. Qin Lan frowned. She was still worried about Lin Ling. Are you threatening me? Don't you know that alchemists are most afraid of mood changes when they are treating people? If I am affected by you, the failure of the information is a small matter. However, it will affect your father. Lin Ling said as he walked. His words made Qin Lan's face turn cold. This young man's mouth was really sharp. Qin Lan, just let this little brother try. Try not to disturb him. Qin Xiao laughed and waited for Lin Ling's arrival. After Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he roughly glanced and then nodded slightly. This fire disease already has a soul. It is very difficult to deal with. Everything in the world had a soul. After a long time, and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there was a possibility that it would give birth to a soul. For example, the sword soul of the stone sculpture, such as his vermilion bird soul, etc. Who doesn't know this? You heard us talking about it before, right? Young man, when I was refining pills, you were probably still drinking milk. The white-haired alchemist immediately said, unless you have a 5th-grade king body, you will not be able to suppress the fire disease. Water and fire were mutually exclusive. This was the Tao of the 5 elements. Moreover, one must have a 5th-grade king body to be qualified. During treatment, shouldn't unrelated people shut up? Lin Ling did not even look at the old man and replied indifferently, causing the old man's face to turn ugly. After that, Lin Ling did not say much. He quietly looked at Qin Xiao and found that on his chest, a Qilin mark was extremely clear. Moreover, it seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's arrival. The Qilin's eyes were also looking at him. Sure enough, it already had spirituality. The methods of the Duan family of justice were indeed very powerful. Boom! Without saying much, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and the flames of the vermilion bird appeared. Everyone in the hall was stunned. This young man was actually a fire element martial artist. What do you want to do? Chapter 642. Fighting poison with poison. You really don't understand anything. You've gone mad. Do you want to kill Patriarch Qin? The Qilin's fire spirit is strong upon contact with fire. Why aren't you stopping? The oldest alchemist roared. The Qilins of the Justice Duan bloodline had always been terrifying. This was a fire attribute Qilin. It could borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow and borrow fire to become rampant. For a long time, when they treated Qin Shao, they didn't dare to use any fire attribute pills. They were afraid that the Qilin would borrow fire to grow. At this moment, Qin Zhao's pupils shrank. He naturally knew this. But when he looked at the youth in front of him, he discovered that the youth's eyes were clear. The youth looked at him and smiled, "Do you dare to try?" It was only a single sentence, but it was filled with boldness and determination. If you doubt someone, then don't doubt them. Little brother, come. Qin Shao laughed. He found this Lin Ling to be very interesting. Lin Ling nodded. His handsome face instantly turned cold and indifferent. His right hand covered in the flames of the vermilion bird slammed towards Qin Shao. You dare. Qin Lan's voice was filled with killing intent. However, she was still too slow. Because of her anger, she punched out at Lin Ling. Her strength was much higher than Lin Ling's. If her punch hit Lin Ling, it would definitely kill Lin Ling on the spot. Stop! But at this moment, a cold shout sounded out. A terrifying aura caused Qin Lan's body to shake. She could faintly see the ancient shell of a black tortoise. Its father. A thought appeared in her mind. Her heart fiercely trembled. Above Qin Zhao's head, a terrifying Qilin appeared. Its entire body was condensed from flames. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At the same time, a beautiful vermilion bird intertwined with it, forming a beautiful picture of divine beasts fighting. But what she imagined didn't happen. The Qilin didn't borrow fire to grow stronger. Did she blame the youth wrongly? What? All the alchemists in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. Several of them trembled and fell to the ground. The Qilin did not use the flames to grow. Instead, it fought against the young man's flames. The young man's vermilion bird was mysterious and noble. It did not allow the Qilin to gain the slightest advantage. Fire and water counter each other. This is indeed a principle that has never changed since ancient times. However, as an alchemist, how can I abide by the rules? Fighting poison with poison is also a principle that has never changed since ancient times. At this time, Lin Ling's soft voice floated out, causing all the alchemists' gazes to fiercely converge. Fight poison with poison. They had always thought that when facing the Qilin fire affliction, only the water elemental king physique could suppress it. They had never thought that the fire elemental physique could do the same. This was using fire to fight fire. He is at least a 5th grade king body. The oldest alchemist said fearfully. A 5th grade water elemental talent could suppress a fire elemental talent, but in reality, a fire elemental talent could do the same. That's right, why didn't they think of this? Patriarch, do you want to treat the symptoms or the root of the problem? Lin Ling asked calmly, ignoring the voices around him. How about treating the symptoms? How about treating the root of the problem? Qin Shao said. Treating the symptoms. You have an 80% chance of temporarily suppressing the Qilin fire affliction, but you need long-term treatment. Treating the root of the problem is to immediately burn it, but you have a 50% chance of surviving. Lin Ling replied, looking at Qin Shao at the same time. Of course it's to treat the symptoms. This poison can be slowly cured. Behind him, Qin Lan hurriedly said. She didn't know why, but there was a voice in her heart. She didn't want her father to recover so quickly. However, Lin Ling and Qin Shao ignored her words. Lin Ling was still looking at Qin Shao. He realized that Qin Shao was actually asking for his opinion. Then, he softly said, "It's fine if you don't attack, but if you attack, you must burn it to death." The moment his voice sounded, Qin Shao also spoke the same words without any prior agreement. These words appeared calm, but they were as firm as thunder, intimidating everyone in the hall until their hearts trembled. These two people were crazy people. Huh, little brother, I like you more and more. Come, let's fight this damn Qilin. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. He dared to fight with his life on the line with a 50% chance of success. This was a real man. Okay, but next, I don't want anyone to interrupt me. Lin Ling also chuckled. Then, he coldly said, causing Qin Lan and the other alchemists in the hall to be embarrassed. Lin Ling was talking about them. Boom! An even more terrifying flame erupted. Endless flames wrapped around Qin Shao, causing the Qilin in his body to suddenly go crazy. Qin Zhao's face immediately paled. At this moment, a great battle between the vermilion bird and the Qilin was taking place inside his body. He's crazy. Looking at her trembling father, Qin Lan frowned. Previously, that young man dared to ignore her words, which made her very uncomfortable. Lin Ling was just a junior. It didn't matter if he died, but if he implicated her father and caused him to die, then even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for Lin Ling. Sister, he's saving father, and he's fighting with his life. You say he's crazy, but you're the crazy one. Qin Jingtian suddenly coldly said from the side, causing Qin Lan's face to turn pale. She had a strong personality and always meant what she said. She was very dignified, and her brother, Qin Jingtian, had always followed her lead. But this time, her brother actually reprimanded her. This caused her to feel humiliated. Boom! At this moment, the entire hall exploded. Endless flames spewed out. In everyone's eyes, they could only see two divine beasts fighting. What a terrifying power! At this moment, Lin Ling's face was a bit pale. With just one contact, he knew that the king body of the Justice Duan bloodline was very powerful. After all, the fire disease was just a fire spirit left in another person's body, but it was already so strong. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real king body would be. However, this was still the fire disease left behind, so Lin Ling had the confidence to fight back. You want to devour my fire? You're too good at scheming. Lin Ling coldly said. The will of fire spread out from his body. In the shattered hall, countless rays of light surged out, causing everyone to gasp. This young man seemed to be absorbing the light of the sun. This was the blazing sun, vermilion bird. It could allow Lin Ling's true meaning of fire to reach 70% strength, making the vermilion bird even more dazzling and scorching. Boom! Another explosion of flames came out. The whole place had turned into a flat ground. Dust spread everywhere, causing many guards to come over, all of them looking surprised. Huh, the fire disease is finally gone. At this moment, a heroic laugh came out. Dust filled the air, and a tall figure walked out. Family head, it's a success. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Father, your injury is healed. Qin Lan hurried over with a happy face. That young man has some ability. I thought he would fail, and I wanted to punish him. Shut up. Qin Shao frowned and looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan's expression froze. Her father was also reprimanding her. Today, because of that young man, her brother reprimanded her, and her father reprimanded her as well. It made her feel like she was deeply humiliated. Qin Shao shook his head. His daughter was too headstrong. She wanted everything to be in her hands, which caused her self-esteem to be humiliated. Then, he looked at Qin Jingtian. Little Tian, this time, you have a good eye. Chapter 643. Establishing prestige. Little Lan, you can't judge a book by its cover. Some things can't be decided easily. Qin Shao looked at Qin Lan and said. Qin Lan's face was cold and she couldn't say anything. Although Lin Ling had saved her father, this was what Lin Ling had to do. She didn't think much of it, but Lin Ling had embarrassed her. Also, you almost killed little brother. Later, apologize. Qin Shao said again. Qin Lan couldn't help but say, what right does he have to make me apologize? I'm the descendant of the great Qin Empire. You must apologize. Qin Shao said word by word. Qin Lan gritted her teeth and left with a cold snort. Qin Shao sighed. This daughter was really like her mother. Then he said, all right, Lin Ling is breaking through now. Don't disturb him. Breaking through? The crowd gasped. That young man was using the patriarch's fire to break through. This result was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the dust. In his dantian, a qilin was roaring and trying to resist. Around the qilin, 3 lifelike vermilion bird king elephants were flying around, suppressing the qilin step by step. Right now, he was going to devour the fire qilin and step into a higher realm. Suppress. With a light shout, the 3 vermilion bird kings circled wildly, causing the qilin to roar even more. Unfortunately, it was only a fire spirit. How could it compare to a natural king body? In the end, it turned into a wisp of fire essence and was absorbed by the 3 vermilion bird kings. In his dantian, the power of the fire was even stronger. Time slowly passed. Finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes. A boundless power of fire was emitted from his body. The peak of the king's spirit realm. After a long time, he had finally stepped into a new realm. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. He was confident that he could fight an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. He was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the Qin clan would allow him to break through so smoothly. It seemed that forming an alliance with the Qin clan was a good choice. However, this successful breakthrough could be considered as a matter of course. After all, Lin Ling had already been stuck at the peak of the king's spirit realm for a very long time. That night, a grand banquet was held in the Qin family's manor. All of the elders of the Qin family had returned. These elders were highly respected. In the middle 3 regions, each one of them was a region lord, and they were extremely powerful. When the returning elders learned that Patriarch Qin's fire disease had been cured, they were all incomparably shocked. Moreover, they knew that today's feast was held for a young man. It can't be. I came back from far away in the middle 3 regions just to celebrate the success of a junior. I heard that he is a genius of the 7 profound martial house, but there are countless geniuses in the 7 profound martial house. He is only an ordinary genius, what is there to celebrate? Each of the elders said lightly. Obviously, they felt that making them celebrate Lin Ling was making a mountain out of a molehill. After a while, the crowd arrived in the hall one after another, and Lin Ling was also invited. Before, he had learned a thing or two about the great Qin Empire from Qin Jingtian's mouth. He didn't think that Patriarch Qin Shao would have such power that he could summon countless region lords. No wonder the great Qin Empire could become one of the 5 great ancient countries. After Lin Ling sat down, numerous gazes faintly fell on him. Lin Ling could feel that the powerful region lords were looking at him with cold eyes, with a touch of disdain. Of course, this was normal. After all, each of these region lords was an ambitious and ruthless character that stood above tens of thousands of others. How could they submit to a junior like Lin Ling? Everyone has come. After a while, Qin Zhao's tall and sturdy figure appeared, full of majesty. The 9 elders all stood up and respectfully bowed. No need to be so polite. Sit. Qin Zhao waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit. At the same time, Qin Lan walked out. She looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, I am very sorry. I underestimated you before. Here, I apologize. Although she was apologizing, her attitude was very arrogant. Clearly, she didn't mean what she said. Lin Ling frowned. Previously, when he was saving Patriarch Qin Shao, he was almost killed by this girl. However, this girl didn't feel guilty. Instead, she felt embarrassed, so she was very unhappy. No need. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. The other party didn't have any sincerity, so he couldn't be bothered to say more. Humph. Qin Lan couldn't put down her face. As the eldest daughter of the great Qin Empire, she personally apologized, but this youth didn't give her face. She immediately walked back and said softly, "I gave you face, but you don't want it." Many of the elders saw this scene and shook their heads. They already felt that Patriarch Qin Shao was too generous to Lin Ling. Now that they saw the eldest daughter's behavior, they disliked Lin Ling even more. Lin Ling dared to ignore the bloodline of the great Qin Empire. What right did Lin Ling have? Qin Shao knew that everyone was unhappy. He said indifferently, "Little Tian, you have good taste. However, why don't you introduce your good friends?" Yes. After Lin Ling had saved him, he had planned to support Lin Ling. After all, this youth had a rare sharpness to him that was rare for a martial artist. When he had treated him, he had dared to gamble on a 50-50 chance. Therefore, he was optimistic about this youth's future. Not to mention that he had saved his life. How could Qin Shao not place this in his heart? But now, he had to establish the prestige of this youth. Qin Jingtian knew what his father meant. He immediately stood up and looked at the elders. He smiled and said, "Lin Ling, from the Cloud Domain. Currently 18 years old, peak King Spirit Realm strength." Yes. There's nothing special about this strength. I've never heard of the Cloud Domain. The Patriarch values Lin Ling so much. This is making a mountain out of a molehill. Yes. Lin Ling has saved the Patriarch's life and is worthy of such courtesy. But, the Patriarch's actions are a bit selfish. Yes. The various elders whispered to each other as they continued to sip their wine. Qin Jingtian also knew that they didn't care. He said again, "Lin Ling, entered the 7 profound martial house." Because he was dissatisfied with scholar Su Fan making things difficult for him, he defeated all of his peers. He has a bit of skill, barely enough to enter my eyes. Yes. Many elders nodded. To be able to defeat all of his peers, this also proved that Lin Ling's potential was good. After becoming a Star Guard level disciple, he ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda. Qin Jingtian said again, causing the crowd to frown. Lin Ling had defeated all of his peers, and yet he was only a Star Guard level disciple. Then this Lin Ling wouldn't be able to mix well in the 7 profound martial house. Unfortunately, they were about to be surprised. In 10 days, Lin Ling broke through the 99 levels of the Star Sea Pagoda, creating 208 records within the Star Sea Pagoda. He is also the 10th genius to break through the first level of the Star Sea Pagoda. Qin Jingtian's voice was filled with pride. The more dazzling Lin Ling was, the more it meant that his vision was good. What? What? All of the great figures stopped drinking and deeply looked at Lin Ling. The difficulty of the Star Sea Pagoda was something that they had all been martial artists of the Rainforest Holy Land for many years. They naturally knew. But who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary youth would be so terrifying? I have a genius under my command that also ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda. But it took him a year to reach the 80th level. A white-haired elder muttered to himself. Then, he expectantly asked, "Is there anyone else?" Yes. At the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he challenged the 10 rising stars with the status of a Star Guard level disciple. He swept away all of them and finally obtained first place. Yes. Qin Jingtian enunciated each word clearly. Pa. Chapter 644. Ambition. The number 1 of the 10 rising stars, that was above tens of thousands of disciples. This Lin Ling's potential was truly terrifying. Seeing Lin Ling's reputation growing in front of the elders, Qin Lan's face turned ugly. She didn't know why, but she really hated Lin Ling. Moreover, in the Qin family, she was the number one person below the patriarch, but her father seemed to value Lin Ling very much, even more than her. No, as far as I know, the number one of the 10 rising stars is Duan Tianya from the Justice Duan family. How could Lin Ling defeat him? Qin Lan indifferently said, making many elders nod their heads. The Duan clan of Justice was their old rival, so they knew how difficult it was to deal with Duan Tianya. This child was relatively young, but his strength was already incomparably terrifying. How could Lin Ling win against him? Lin Ling frowned. For the first time, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Lan. He didn't have any grudges with Qin Lan. It was only because he didn't follow Qin Lan's instructions during the treatment. However, Qin Lan seemed to be targeting him at every turn. Duan Tianya died in my hands. Yes. Lin Ling said lightly, looking at the elders. Without a doubt, the way the elders looked at Lin Ling changed again. They were no longer disdainful, but somewhat dignified. Lin Ling's battle record, if he didn't mention it, they would think he was an ordinary genius. However, after knowing his battle record, they realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. As for Qin Lan, her eyes narrowed. She didn't expect this Lin Ling to be so powerful. I have a suggestion. Let Lin Ling become our Shao family's guest elder. At this moment, Qin Zhao's voice rang out. He knew the time was right. The hall instantly fell silent. Guest elder, this was a very important status. It was on the same level as the 9 elders present. In the middle 3 regions, he could do whatever he wanted. And because Lin Ling wasn't of the Qin family's bloodline, he was a guest elder. However, did Lin Ling have this qualification? Many elders' expressions changed, but because it was the patriarch's suggestion, they didn't dare to object. Wait, who does Lin Ling think he is? He only has some small achievements. Can he be a guest elder? Dream on. At this moment, Qin Lan's voice rang out. If Lin Ling became a guest elder, then his position of the Qin families was above hers. She had been working hard to control the Qin family. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to be above her? That's right, patriarch can't be of the families of the family. Imsuf's is the family, patriarch's is. Qin Lan of the families of the elders. Of Lin of the Atlas cloud of Transin. Qin's Li of the Feng of Transin, Qin's Qin of S of the his of times Qin's of the S of his was of the of his. All these years, because he had been recuperating from his injuries, he had allowed Qin Lan to control the Qin family. But now, Qin Lan's wings were growing bigger and bigger. She didn't even care about his father's words and had even bewitched the elders to oppose him. Moreover, Lin Ling had saved her, but because of her pride, Qin Lan wasn't grateful to Lin Ling at all. Father, what you said before was only his achievements. Is that his potential? That's not how you look at potential. Moreover, we have recruited many geniuses over the years. Which one of them is weaker than him? To put it bluntly, apart from saving your life, he is trash. Qin Lan drank a cup of wine and said. Qin Lan took a sip of wine and stood up. She looked like a girl, but there was an indescribable majesty in her voice. Of course, since he saved my father's life, we can give him a chance. How about this, let the genius I recruited, Lai Huan, have a spar with him. If he loses, he won't have the face to mention the position of guest elder. But if we win, since we both want the position of guest elder, I'll take it. Qin Lan wants to be an elder. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. They could see Qin Lan's ambition. After all, in the great Qin Empire, the position of an elder wasn't low. Sister, you are so scheming. Qin Jingtian also frowned slightly. He didn't expect his sister to use Lin Ling to climb up the ranks. Sigh. Qin Shao looked deeply at Qin Lan and sighed in his heart. Was this still his daughter? Her current goal was the position of an elder. It wouldn't be long before her ambition was the position of the family leader. Father, it's a fair spar. Didn't you say that you think highly of that kid's potential? It's best to prove it now. Qin Lan said again. She wanted to use this opportunity to become an elder. In the Qin family, although she was only below one person and above everyone else, she was tired of that feeling. She wanted to be above everyone. Moreover, all these years, her father was recuperating and she was in charge of everything. She even thought of herself as the family leader. Sister, you are so hypocritical. How is this fair? Lai Huan is a genius of the Shaotian Academy. He is only 20 years old and in the initial stage of the Emperor Spirit stage. Can your skin be any thicker? Qin Zhengtian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Lan was too much. Little Tian, why are you interrupting when adults are talking? Qin Lan immediately said in a dignified manner. She was getting more and more dissatisfied. In the past, her brother obeyed her every word. Today, he actually didn't listen to her. Lin Ling was still quietly drinking his wine. He wasn't surprised by the internal strife of the Qin family. After all, the struggle for power would never be smooth. However, Qin Lan's ambition was too big. Not only did she look down on him, she actually wanted to use him as a stepping stone. Was she trying to play with him in her hands? However, Lin Ling was very interested in the position of a guest elder. If he became a guest elder, the cloud domain would have no opponents in the middle three regions. No one would dare to provoke the Fire Ancient clan. Qin Lan, you want to use me to become an elder? Why don't you ask yourself if you can become an elder? Yes. In the Great Hall, the various elders were discussing spiritedly. However, at that moment, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out, causing the elders' eyes to widen. They had never thought that Lin Ling would be so audacious, daring to speak at such a time. If I'm not qualified, do you think you are? You're just an outsider. Besides saving my father's life, what other merits do you have? Qin Lan coldly replied. At least I'm more qualified than you. Your father was saved by me, but you don't seem to care about that. Someone who doesn't even care about her father's life, does she have the qualifications to become an elder? Yes. Lin Ling said word by word. His words caused Qin Lan's face to instantly turn ugly. The hall was once again filled with discussion. Qin Lan's actions were indeed somewhat unsightly. Stop trying to mislead people. Do you dare to spar or not? Yes. Qin Lan didn't want to talk about that topic anymore. Why wouldn't I dare? I want to see how powerful the genius you've recruited is. If he dares to fight, I'll beat him into a dog. Yes. Lin Ling's aura was overbearing as he coldly spoke. He didn't hold back anymore. He planned to seize the guest elder position, so he had to intimidate others. Otherwise, how could others submit to him? Moreover, he was very unhappy with Qin Lan. This year's first place in the 7 Profound Martial House, who knows if you cheated or not? Humph, you're just an empty title. You're so young and yet you're already so arrogant. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Chapter 645. When Jiu fights a genius. Lai Huan came from the Shaotian Academy and was a true genius. He had defeated countless geniuses in the past. Lin Ling was just a nobody he had never heard of, yet he dared to be arrogant in front of him. Huh, the master is an ungrateful dog, even the servant is the same. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since we want to spar, let's decide the outcome in 3 moves. Lin Ling stood up, his handsome face was filled with confidence, causing the other elders to secretly nod their heads. This Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, but he dared to take responsibility for his actions. His courage was extraordinary. For a moment, there were people in the hall who supported Lin Ling and people who supported Qin Lan. "Brother Qin, help me warm the wine. After the wine is warm, I will drink it." Lin Ling walked out of his seat and said again, causing Qin Jingtian to be puzzled. Didn't Lin Ling want to spar? Why did he drink? It's just a spar. The time it takes to warm the wine is enough to send that little dog away. Lin Ling walked out step by step, bold and unrestrained, causing the crowd to laugh. When Jiu fights a genius, this Lin Ling is more daring than they thought. You. Lai Huan's face was incomparably ugly. Lin Ling was only at the peak of the king's spirit stage, but he was looking down on him. Then, he also walked out step by step, but Qin Lan gritted his teeth and said, "Lai Huan, help me teach that little bastard a lesson. As long as you don't die, it's up to you. If you win, I will represent the great Qin Empire to reward you." "Okay." Lai Huan nodded heavily and walked to the center of the hall, looking proudly at Lin Ling. "My name is Lai Huan. Go to the Shaotian Academy and ask, you will know my name. As for you, I have no interest in knowing." After saying this, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. It was the strength of the early stage of the Emperor's spirit stage. Lin Ling looked indifferently. This Lai Huan's king body was not very strong, only his cultivation level was higher than his. He couldn't even be considered a true genius. He shook his head. "I have no interest in a barking dog. I have no interest in his name." After saying this, he looked at the ashen-faced Qin Lan and smiled again. "Of course, I have no interest in knowing the names of those ungrateful people." Crazy. Many people's hearts trembled. When this youth was silent, he was like a sword in a scabbard, but the moment he drew his sword, he was frivolous and unrestrained. "You're courting death." Lai Huan's face was ferocious as he displayed his tyrannical martial arts. An ancient book appeared behind him, flipping open continuously as an ancient aura permeated the air. Rumble. The hall began to tremble. The strength of an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator was indeed terrifying. A 7th-grade king ranked martial art. The gazes of some of the elders froze. This Lai Huan still had some capabilities. After which, they turned their gazes towards Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling was at the peak of the king's spirit realm. Although there was no lack of geniuses who could fight above their level, it was hard to say who would win in a battle between geniuses. Pop! Pop! The air was torn apart, and the ancient book suppressed Lin Ling. "Admit defeat yourself." At the same time, Lai Huan's disdainful voice was heard. "Say that after you win, tyrant." Lin Ling shook his head lightly as he pulled out the Tyrant Song's sword from behind his back. He chose to establish his prestige, so naturally, he had to intimidate others, so he would not hold back. Earth-shattering sky. A terrifying sword light flashed out, and all the elders' pupils constricted. In their eyes, the youth had disappeared, and what was left was a dazzling sword technique. It was a storm-like sword technique. Lin Ling is not simple. Qin Shao nodded lightly. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling display his strength, and he was very satisfied with that strength. Boom! At this moment, the hall shook slightly. If not for the elders suppressing the energy, the hall would have been destroyed long ago. The martial art book that Lai Huan displayed was now shattered by Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling held his sword and fought, looking at Lai Huan with disdain. "Is that all you've got?" "Impossible, my martial art is a 7th-grade king-ranked martial art, and it can dominate the king's spirit realm." "How can you break it?" Lai Huan's pupils constricted, as if he could not believe his own eyes. Alas, even someone with such strength was recruited. "I have to say, the person who recruited you has poor taste. It's only a 7th-grade king-ranked martial art, and I don't even want to learn it. My martial art is 50% sword intent." Lin Ling said word by word, and the ridicule in his words was extremely thick. 50% sword intent. Lai Huan's expression changed drastically. He naturally knew that martial art intent was above king-ranked martial arts, but he did not expect that the youth had actually comprehended such an ethereal realm. Do you want me to guide you on how to comprehend martial art intent? Lin Ling said lightly, causing Lai Huan to grind his teeth in anger. He had lost face in the first move. Deliberately mystifying, I'll crush you with my vast realm. Great 5 heavenly hands. Lai Huan shouted again, and his hands repeatedly struck out. A terrifying Emperor Spirit Realm aura erupted, and the power was more than twice that of King Spirit Realm aura. Make him lose so much face he won't be able to show his face. Qin Lan drank a mouthful of wine and coldly muttered to herself. Lai Huan was a genius she had recruited, and if he lost, she would not be able to put down her face. Now, Lai Huan had erupted with his full strength. She wanted to see Lin Ling lose. Lin Ling was only at the peak of King's Spirit Realm, how could he be Lai Huan's opponent? Alas, using your vast cultivation realm to suppress me? Since it's like this, don't blame me for bullying you. I'll use my monstrous king body to suppress you. Lin Ling gently smiled, and the aura in his dantian began to stir. A terrifying vermilion bird king elephant appeared, and he raised his hands high. Countless small vermilion birds condensed in his hands, forming a giant vermilion bird. Flames of the great vermilion bird. A loud vermilion bird cry rang out, and a gorgeous vermilion bird flew out. The scorching power of the flames caused the elders' eyes to narrow. A 5th grade king body, this was terrifying. According to what they knew, even in the 7 great martial arts halls, there were not many geniuses with 5th grade king bodies. Bang! The two forces collided, and the sound was deafening. Although Lai Huan's cultivation realm was higher, Lin Ling's monstrous king body was above his. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Ling's flames of the great vermilion bird was comparable to a 6th grade martial intent. A 6th grade martial intent was more powerful than a 1st grade martial art of the Emperor class. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Lai Huan was sent flying by the huge impact and smashed onto the ground. Lin Ling had held back, otherwise, he would have been burned to death in one move. Even so, Lai Huan's situation was not good. His eyebrows and hair were burnt, and he no longer looked like the genius of the Xiaotian Academy. I don't know how your Xiaotian Academy is ranked, but you dare to be arrogant like this. Lin Ling moved and appeared in front of Lai Huan. He stabbed his sword down, causing Lai Huan's body to tremble. He was sitting on the ground, but the sword was stuck between his legs, and it was only a step away from the crucial part. If the sword was a step closer, he would not be happy in his next life. You! Lai Huan's face twisted. Don't threaten me. If I show mercy, I can't guarantee that part of your body will still exist. Lin Ling shrugged, and his words made Lai Huan's hair stand on end. In the hall, countless people laughed. Lai Huan looked like a genius of the Emperor's spirit realm, but his strength was so weak. It was embarrassing. Lai Huan, if you can't win, you are not qualified to stay in the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, Qin Lan's angry voice sounded. She was also surprised by the result. Although the crowd seemed to be laughing at Lai Huan, they were laughing at her too. Chapter 646. Still not reconciled at this moment, Lai Huan's eyes narrowed. He did not doubt Qin Lan's words. If Qin Lan said that he was not qualified to stay in the rainforest, then he was not qualified. Qin Lan looked like a girl, but she had a domineering strength. If Qin Lan wanted him to die, he would not be able to resist. Lin Ling, look over here. 1,000 evil flying destruction curse. With that thought in mind, Lai Huan shouted coldly and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes had turned purple, and there was a mysterious and eerie feeling to them. This is soul power attack. Sensing the strange fluctuation, many elders' faces changed. They did not expect Lai Huan to have a final trump card. A genius with soul power was the rarest. Some even said that in 1,000,000 geniuses, there might not even be one with soul power. After all, soul power was innate and could not be cultivated. No wonder Lai Huan was recruited by Qin Lan. Lin Ling is in danger from a soul attack at such a close distance. Qin Xiao frowned. He did not expect Lai Huan to be a soul power genius. Soul power attacks were the hardest to guard against. Father, the third move is over. Qin Lan looked at the frowning Qin Xiao and took a sip of wine. Her Hongyan lips were filled with confidence. Since you dare to humiliate me, I will humiliate you. Lin Ling, kneel down. At this moment, Lai Huan's lips curled into a confident smile. Previously, he had lost face. This time, he wanted to make Lin Ling lose face as well. With his soul power released, he was afraid that Lin Ling would become an idiot. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stood there quietly. He suddenly pulled out the sword from the ground. Many people's eyes flickered. Was Lin Ling's soul being controlled? Was he going to kneel down? However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded, "It seems that if I don't cut off your manhood, you will not know fear." What? Everyone's heart trembled. Lin Ling was fine. Numerous shocked gazes stared at Lin Ling, only to discover that Lin Ling's expression was calm. Instead, he revealed a devilish smile, and the sword in his hand stabbed towards Lai Huan on the ground, between her legs. Compared to everyone else's surprise, Lai Huan was even more surprised. This was the first time he had encountered someone who was safe and sound in the face of his soul force. After all, at such a close distance, Lin Ling simply couldn't avoid it. Playing with soul force. I'm your ancestor. Lai Huan stared at the devilish smile on Lin Ling's face and suddenly understood something. He then stared at the sword that was slashing down and his mind instantly went blank. Lin Ling wanted to cut off that part of his body. No. Lai Huan screamed in horror and then fainted. In the hall, a fishy smell came out, causing the crowd to narrow their eyes. Lai Huan was so scared that he peed himself. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling, their hearts trembling violently. Lin Ling sparred with an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius and easily defeated his opponent in 3 moves. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of king physique. Ignoring the silence, Lin Ling slowly put his sword on his back and asked indifferently. The hall was still silent. Was there a need to say the result? Lin Ling's king physique was stronger than Lai Huan's. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of martial intent. Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the silence and asked again. In terms of martial intent, Lai Huan had a 7th grade king rank martial art, but Lin Ling had martial intent. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of soul force. Lin Ling asked again. It seemed like he was questioning everyone, but it also seemed like he was asking himself. Everyone's expressions changed. The previous scene had proved that Lai Huan's soul force couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. This meant that Lin Ling's soul force was stronger than Lai Huan's. Then what do you mean by potential? After asking the 3 questions, Lin Ling looked at Qin Lan who was in the distance. His words caused Qin Lan's beautiful face to turn extremely ugly. Before this, she had said that Lin Ling only had a good battle record but his potential was trash. But now, she still dared to say such words. King physique, martial intent, and soul force were all top-notch. Lin Ling was trash. And the genius she had recruited was trash. He had actually peed himself in front of everyone. Moreover, he is a powerful alchemist. Qin Xiao said with a smile. This caused the hearts of many elders to tremble. If this was true, then this genius Lin Ling had the qualifications to be a guest elder. After all, his cultivation was still low, but in the future, his name would shake the entire rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling was still very weak. If they didn't pay attention to him, then when Lin Ling grew stronger in the future, Lin Ling might not give face to their great Qin Empire. "Brother Qin, is the wine ready?" Ignoring everyone's silence, Lin Ling indifferently said and walked towards his seat. "The wine is ready." Qin Jingtian immediately laughed. His heart was filled with joy. Heroic. Warming wine to battle a genius. In a short period of time, he had defeated a genius from the martial arts hall. This was Lin Ling. "I agree with the family head's words." Finally, an elder spoke up. Then, one by one, the elders spoke up. This caused Qin Shao to smile with satisfaction. He knew that his vision wasn't wrong. Lin Ling, congratulations. In the future, I will have to call you elder." Qin Jingtian was also happy. In fact, he felt like he was dreaming. He thought highly of Lin Ling's potential, but he didn't expect this young man to gain a foothold in the Qin clan in such a short period of time. The speed of his rise was simply too fast. Then, he looked at Qin Lan who was drinking wine in the distance and sighed in his heart. His sister was extraordinary and arrogant. Today, she had lost face again. "Wait." At this moment, Qin Lan's cold voice rang out. She was still unwilling to accept this. Lin Ling frowned. This woman was really going to oppose him to the end. As expected, the eldest daughter of a big family was unruly and overbearing. She had clearly lost, but she didn't want to admit defeat. "I admit that Lin Ling has the qualifications to be a guest elder, but he hasn't made any contributions in the Qin clan. How can you accept this?" Qin Lan stood up and looked at the crowd. Many people's eyes flickered. This was true. Although the elders thought highly of Lin Ling, it didn't mean that everyone in the Great Qin Empire thought highly of him. After all, the Great Qin Empire was deeply rooted and had many bloodlines. If they rashly let a young man with a different surname become a guest elder, it would be a source of ridicule. "Then what else do you want to do?" Lin Ling said indifferently. "Currently, the Duan clan of Justice's business has already interfered with our market. They have invited a powerful alchemist, Dan Luofeng, to refine many precious pills and steal our business. If you can't take back the lost business, then all of this is empty talk." Qin Lan said word by word, "Moreover, if the market's business is stolen, father, your position as the family head will be lost. After all, the Great Qin Empire has given you support, but you haven't made any contributions in the rainforest sacred land. This is not what they want to see." In her anger, she actually dared to reprimand Qin Shao. Chapter 647. The Market Square Business. Before, I made a decision to invite the alchemy genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, Dan Luofan, but Father and Little Tian both opposed it. Now that Dan Luofan has been snatched away by the Justice Duan bloodline, do you regret it? Qin Lan took a sip of wine, her words full of meaning. She believed that her father and Qin Jingtian's decision was wrong. How overbearing. Lin Ling frowned. Qin Lan had actually reprimanded his father, and the reason was that his father hadn't made any contributions to the family. But Qin Lan was his daughter. To reprimand her father in front of so many elders, wasn't she going too far? Qin Shao frowned. He didn't think that because Qin Lan had lost, she would shed all pretense of cordiality and make him lose face in front of everyone. However, Qin Lan's words left him speechless. This was because he hadn't made any contributions to the Qin family, causing him to lack the right to speak. Even his daughter's prestige was greater than his. It's only the Market Square business. Fine, I'll take it back for you. But I have a condition. Before I take it back, no one is allowed to interfere with me. Lin Ling looked at Qin Shao and then lightly said. The Qin family's old master was supporting him, so how could he make things difficult for him? So no matter what, he would take this mess. Good. The time limit is 1 month. If you take back the market square business, then I, Qin Lan, will be convinced. But if you fail, then that proves that father is old and his vision is poor. It's time for him to retire and return to his hometown. Qin Lan lightly said. This time, she had simply shed all pretense of cordiality. Since her father supported Lin Ling, then she could only let him retire and return to his hometown. The position of patriarch of the Qin family would be hers. Alright, don't use people you suspect, and don't doubt people you use. Little Lan, if Lin Ling fails, I'll give up my position as the family head. Qin Xiao said disheartenedly. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. Moreover, compared to the position of patriarch, what saddened him more was his daughter. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Qin Lan nodded. If Lin Ling wins, then I, Qin Lan, will leave the Qin family. Qin Lan, oh Qin Lan, no wonder you don't want father's injuries to heal. So you've always wanted to be the head of the Qin family, and for this position, you're even willing to give up father. Qin Jingtian suddenly said sorrowfully. He didn't know when his sister had become like this. Father, who said that I don't want it? It's just that the position of patriarch belongs to those who are capable. Not to mention other things, just the fact that you think highly of Lin Ling shows that you have poor judgment. Qin Lan shook her head. You'll know in a month's time whether he has good foresight or not. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush and simply said, don't worry. Subsequently, the family feast ended in this cold war. At this moment, outside the hall, the sky was filled with stars, and a cold night wind blew past. Lin Ling and the other two walked out of the hall and walked along the corridor. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Ling and smiled apologetically. Little brother, I've made a fool of myself. It's my fault for not being strict enough. In reality, he thought highly of Lin Ling's future, so he wanted to support Lin Ling. This was a small matter, and it wasn't rare among the 24 patriarchs of the great Qin Empire. However, he didn't expect that his daughter would oppose him for such a small matter. Father, you've just recovered, you should rest more. At this moment, behind the three of them, Qin Lan walked along the corridor. There was a tinge of worry in her eyes as she looked at Qin Xiao. If not for the previous incident, they would have thought that Qin Lan was a kind and filial daughter. These old bones of mine won't die yet. Qin Xiao smiled deeply, and there was a deeper meaning in his smile. Sigh. Qin Lan sighed at Yu. Father, you're too stubborn, so stubborn that you're even paranoid. Why won't you give in? Could it be that I opposed you in front of all the elders and caused you to lose face, so you have to oppose me? Actually, as the patriarch, you should think about the big picture and not argue with your daughter. Her voice wasn't as strong as it was in the hall. There was a tinge of sadness in her opposition, as if she was the one who was wronged. Of course, another reason was that there were no elders here, so she didn't need to establish her prestige, so she didn't need to be so strong. Qin Xiao smiled again, but this time he didn't say anything. Lin Ling shook his head. This was the first time he saw such a self-righteous girl. She was the one who was arguing with her father and couldn't put down her face after losing, but she said that her father was stubborn and couldn't put down his face, so he was making things difficult for her. This kind of person was the real paranoia. Sister, I know that you've helped father manage the Qin clan in the past, and you're already used to being above others. However, what I want to say is that without father, you wouldn't have everything you have now. Don't forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. Furthermore, he's your father. Qin Jingtian said in a low voice, once again refuting his sister. Alas, even now, you still don't know where you're wrong, and you don't have your own beliefs. However, I'm still firm in my beliefs. Everything I do is for the Qin clan, but I don't blame you. You'll understand in the future. At that time, I won't make things difficult for you. You're still my father and brother. Sigh. Qin Lan sighed again and slowly left. However, just as she took a few steps, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, "Your so-called beliefs are actually just your selfish thoughts, and you're putting a high-sounding excuse on them. That's very hypocritical." Sigh. Hearing this, Qin Lan smiled coldly. "In the rainforest, there are countless geniuses. You're just a little talented, but you're so arrogant. You won't go far in the future." Sigh. She felt that Lin Ling was just so she never put Lin Ling in her eyes. 1 month later, I'll see Jin Xiao. Lin Ling smiled coldly. After parting with Qin Xiao and the others, Lin Ling returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. He thought back to what had happened today, but he didn't care too much. He only knew that the rainforest was more powerful than he had imagined through the Qin clan. If he had great strength today, his words would have been even more powerful. Thus, strength was everything. 1 month, huh? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but a confident smile appeared on his face. After reaching the peak of the king's spirit realm, he had awakened a large amount of memories, allowing him to be more familiar with the next realm. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling calmed his mind and stabilized his realm. The next day, sunlight shone through the window, and Qin Jingtian's voice sounded from the door. Today, they were going to the Qin clan's market. Lin Ling smiled as he pushed open the door. After exchanging a few words with Qin Jingtian, they left together. "Lin Ling, there's only 1 month. Are you confident?" On the way, Qin Jingtian was still a bit worried. After all, if they couldn't take back the business in a month, his father would have to give up the position of patriarch, and his sister would rise to the top in a single step. At that time, he would be ridiculed by his sister. He didn't care, but if his father was ridiculed by his sister, what dignity would his father have left? "What is the main business of your market?" Lin Ling asked indifferently. Chapter 648. Rumors spread, pills. Qin Jingtian replied, "The main city of the rainforest Holy Land is also known as the Holy City. It's vast and boundless and is the largest city in the 100 territories. It has everything, so it attracts a large number of cultivators from the 100 territories. Even cultivators from other holy lands come here. Therefore, the profits from selling pills here are huge." Lin Ling nodded. As long as one was a cultivator, pills were indispensable. The great Qin Empire has 12 family heads in the Holy City, each occupying a different part of the city. Our Qin clan is in the southern part of the city. There are several trading streets there that belong to us. However, last month, a powerful alchemist from the Justice Duan clan, Dan Luofan, came. I don't know what pill he refined, but he actually stole all the business on our street. Qin Jingtian frowned. Lin Ling suddenly understood. It seemed that if he wanted to take back his share of business, he had to refine new pills. Fortunately, alchemy was not difficult for him. Dan Luofan also came to join in the fun. It's a good opportunity to meet him. Lin Ling sneered. Dan Luofan. During the 10 Rising Stars competition, Dan Luofan and Duan Tianya worked together to destroy him. He, Lin Ling, had yet to take revenge for this. "Let's go." Lin Ling shouted softly, then disappeared from the Qin clan manor with Qin Jingtian. There were many shops in the southern part of the city. However, there were very few people here. Some shops that sold pills, spirit herbs, weapons, and martial arts were all closed. "I'm afraid this street is going to be ruined." The shop owners sighed. This was the Qin clan's territory, but there were no customers here. If this continued, these streets would definitely be taken back by the Holy City and given to other powerful forces. The Justice Duan clan is too powerful. They stole all the customers here in a month. And I heard that they're selling disaster-releasing pills. Not only can it increase the strength of Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, but it can also quickly recover spirit chi during battle. The Qin clan doesn't have a powerful alchemist. Alas, the future is bleak. I heard that the Qin clan's eldest young miss wanted to recruit Dan Luofan in the past. Unfortunately, she was opposed by the current patriarch. Alas, if the Qin clan's eldest young miss had done what she did, how could these streets have declined so much? As soon as he arrived at the street, Lin Ling heard a sigh. Beside him, Qin Jingtian's expression was somewhat ugly. He was sure that this was a rumor spread by Qin Lan. How hateful. In order to win, Qin Lan actually slandered his father. Lin Ling, what should we do? Qin Jingtian looked at Lin Ling anxiously. Haste makes waste. Rumors won't disappear in a day or two. Let's observe the environment first. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was calm. He had faced this kind of situation in the past when he was in the Fire Ancient clan, so he wasn't flustered at all. His calm demeanor made Qin Jingtian somewhat confident. After that, Lin Ling disguised himself as an ordinary person and walked along the streets. Sir, what do you want to buy? After arriving at the shop owners naturally thought that Lin Ling was a martial artist who was buying things. Moreover, Lin Ling's temperament was indifferent. It seemed that he wasn't rich or noble. Spirit brush pill, thunder spirit crystal, 7 Lingji mushrooms, do you have these? Yes, wait here. I'll go get them for you. It was rare for a customer to come, so the shop owner immediately became enthusiastic. While Lin Ling was buying things, he casually chatted about his family. In any case, the Qin clan was paying for the spirit crystals spent to buy things, so he didn't feel any heartache. Why are there so few people on these streets? Alas, it's hard to explain. In the past, these streets were very prosperous. However, a powerful alchemist came to the street next door. All the pills there were sold at a 20% discount, and they even had the rare disaster release pill. Gradually, customers came and went. In addition, there was a big incident not long ago. It was said that someone took the Qin clan's pills and died from qi deviation. Therefore, the streets are empty. The alchemist of the Qin clan is really unreliable. Of course, our shops are all owned by the Qin clan. If the Qin clan had a powerful alchemist, they would naturally attract customers and we would also be able to take a share of the profits. But now, alas, the business is difficult to do now. I'm even planning to quit my shop and rent a shop in the Duan clan. That's a good choice. I'll take my leave first. Through the shops, Lin Ling roughly understood the situation. It seemed that in order to make the streets prosperous, refining rare pills was indispensable. After all, it could attract customers. Everyone had the mentality of joining in the fun. Naturally, they would go to places with more people. At noon, the streets were still quiet. There were only a few people walking around. At this time, several figures walked into the street. There are so few people on these streets. If this continues, it will definitely be ruined. Alas, I originally wanted to come here to buy some pills and spiritual herbs. But now, I don't dare to buy any more. The things of the Qin clan are unreliable. Isn't that so? The shops here are also unreliable. Let's go. I heard that the Duan clan sells disaster relief pills at noon. Each person can buy 3 bottles. That's the best pill for going out to train. Moreover, it's made by a great alchemist. Then let's go. Let's not waste time here. The few people talked as they walked. Their voices were not soft and many people heard them. The eyes of those people flickered. They originally wanted to buy some things on the street, but after hesitating for a while, they slowly left. At this moment, on the second floor of a restaurant by the street, 2 figures quietly watched the scene below. One of them frowned and said, "It seems that the influence is getting bigger and bigger." This person was Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling stood beside him. He seemed to be watching the scene on the street, but in reality, his eyes had quietly changed. The eye of time had appeared. The incident that happened on the street a month ago was once again circulating. After a moment, Lin Ling coldly smiled. If someone deliberately causes trouble, the rumors will never die down until the Qin clan loses the right to own these streets. Lin Ling, what do you mean? Qin Jingtian's eyes narrowed. He did not understand Lin Ling's words. It's very simple. Those people appear on the street once every 3 days. Moreover, the incident with the Qin clan's pills a month ago seemed to be caused by those people. Lin Ling said indifferently. This caused Qin Jingtian to gasp. A terrifying thought rose in his mind. The Duan clan was spreading rumors. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Qin Jingtian's voice became serious. He did not know how Lin Ling knew all this, but now, he had already treated Lin Ling as his backbone. It's very simple. An eye for an eye. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He jumped down from the second floor and slowly walked toward the few figures. Those people were dressed in cultivators' attire. They looked like ordinary cultivators, but their strength was at the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. After walking out of the street, they all sneered. The current patriarch of the Qin clan is very stupid. Chapter 649. The matter was exposed. The leader shrugged, his eyes cold. However, just as he finished speaking, a calm voice came from behind him, that might not be the case. The few of them were shocked. They turned around and found that a young man had appeared behind them. This young man was about 18 or 19 years old. His hands were behind his back, and his blue and white robe gave people a feeling that it was hard to see through. Sir, are you also here to buy things? Let me remind you, the Qin family's things can no longer be bought. The few of them quickly returned to normal and then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. I just want to ask, how much is the reward for you doing this? However, their words did not move the young man. Instead, the young man smiled and said. That smile made the few of them frown. They faintly felt that the young man seemed to have come with a purpose. I don't know what you are talking about. The leader frowned and said. Sai, now that things have come to this, why do you need me to say it one by one? Sai. You appear every 3 days, and every time you appear, you spread far and wide, advertising the Duan family's pills. The first time you appeared, you brought a dead companion and slandered the Qin family's pills, saying that the Qin family's pills were not good, causing people to go crazy and die from poison. Sigh. That's the truth. Everybody can see it. The leader of the martial artists shouted angrily. I'm very sorry, but the guy who suffered from qi deviation and was poisoned to death by the medicinal pill is right next to you. It's just that he practiced the bone-shifting art and changed his bones from a 2-meter tall man to a 1-meter and 60-meter short man. Moreover, you also know the art of playing dead, this strange martial art, which is a bit surprising. Sigh. However, his words were like a bolt from the blue, making the few of them tremble. This young man was so scary. Everything he said was true. It was as if they could not hide anything from this young man. After all, not many people knew that they knew the bone-shifting art and the fake death art. Still want to pretend? Then I'll describe it again. You received a reward from others to slander the Qin family. So, your companion cultivated the fake death art and died 3 days ago. Then, you brought your companion to the streets to cause a ruckus, saying that a pill had killed someone. After that, the effects of the fake death art wore off. Your companion then cultivated the bone-shifting art and changed his body shape. Everything that happened after that was as if he had been reborn and reappeared in front of everyone with a brand new appearance. The young man said slowly. He was Lin Ling. Previously, he had been observing the streets with the eye of time in the restaurant. Everything that had happened in the past month was still vivid in his mind. Then, his gaze locked onto these people, paying more attention. Naturally, he discovered everything. Furthermore, he possessed the memories of the limitless sword saint. His martial arts foundation was extremely deep. Naturally, he could tell that these people had cultivated unorthodox martial arts. The plan is perfect, but there is a small flaw. That is, people who practice the fake death technique cannot live past 40 years old, unless they have a pill that I refine. Lin Ling said slowly again. Boom. Those people's minds buzzed. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the king of hell. Who are you? The leader of the martial artists said solemnly. The Qin family's guest elder, Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said word by word. Qin family. They sucked in a breath of cold air. For the past month, they had concealed it very well. They had thought that the Qin family were all idiots and did not know that they had done something in the dark. Who knew that such a young guest elder had seen through everything? So what if they know? If we kill you, the dead tell no tales. The leader's face instantly turned cold. The matter had been exposed, so he had to kill this young man. Kill. The others were also filled with killing intent. They had also noticed that the young man gave them a terrifying feeling, but his cultivation was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm. This kind of strength was not enough. Boundless demon eye. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted softly. Several early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm experts surrounded him. This battle was clearly going to be troublesome. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not want to make a big deal out of this, so he used his trump card, a soul attack. Buzz buzz. The invisible soul attack surged. At such a close distance, how could those martial artists react? They only saw the sky and earth disappear, and only a pair of huge eyes in the sky looked down at them as if looking down on the world. They realized that they could not move at all. Their souls had been intimidated. By the time they reacted, a sword had already landed in front of the neck of the leading martial artist. A light voice floated over at the same time, my cultivation is weak, but my sword is not weak. So, don't scare me anymore. I can't guarantee that I won't chop off your neck if I'm lenient. The words seemed to be begging for mercy, or even fear, but the voice was incomparably cold. It made the leader feel afraid. Although he was stronger, the sword was hanging in front of his neck. No matter how strong he was, he could not use his strength. Of course, what made him want to vomit blood the most was that this strange young man was actually speaking to him in a scared tone. Right now, he should be the one who was scared. What do you want? Roar. The leader roared angrily. Don't yell at me. I won't be able to hold my sword steady. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He did not kill these people. There was naturally a use for them. I have a few pills here. One for each of you. Swallow them and you can go. He took out a few pills in his left hand, causing the martial artist's eyes to narrow. One of them said angrily, "You're threatening us to eat poison pills." Roar. The one who spoke was really the martial artist who cultivated the art of playing dead. You don't have the right to choose now. Besides, you won't live past 40 years old. Why are you worried about poison pills? Lin Ling said nonchalantly. His words caused the martial artist's eyes to narrow. In fact, after cultivating the art of playing dead, he did feel that something was wrong. It seemed like he was aging faster. Then you have a way to treat me? That martial artist anxiously asked. Swallow the pills first. In fact, this is not a poison pill. It's a pill I refined on a whim when I was treating someone with a fire disease. It's just a flaming pill. The difference is, this is the vermilion bird flame disease. Lin Ling slowly said. This pill was the same as the Qilin flame disease. It was refined with his vermilion bird flame as the source. The martial artists looked at each other. They wanted to refuse, but two of them agreed. One of them was the leader who was threatened by Lin Ling with his sword, and the other was the martial artist who cultivated the art of playing dead. Their lives were in Lin Ling's hands. Naturally, they did not fear the poison pill. We've been exposed. Our lives are in his hands. Swallow it. The leader sighed. He could only swallow the pill. The rest could only do the same. That's right. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and strode away. The martial artists quickly followed. Their lives were in the hands of others. What else could they do? Young master, in fact, we were paid to do this. Don't worry, we won't do this kind of thing again. We only hope to be rewarded with the antidote. The leader said bitterly. He thought it was just a young man. Dealing with him was as easy as flipping his hand. However, who would have thought that this young man, who appeared to be calm and collected, was in complete control of them? He had easily captured them. Chapter 650. The pill workshop opens again. You won't do this again. If you don't do it, how about I keep you? Lin Ling turned around and said indifferently. Ah. Ha. Their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling actually wanted them to do the same thing as before. Don't worry, I won't pay less than what others pay. If you do it well, not only will I give you the antidote, I'll also give you some pointers in martial arts. Lin Ling said softly, causing the cultivator's eyes to light up. They understood what Lin Ling meant. In the past, they had slandered the Qin family. This time, Lin Ling wanted them to return the favor and slander the Duan family. Moreover, compared to the Duan family's reward, Lin Ling's reward was even more. Alright, I, Zhang San, agree. Young master, just give the order. I'm a local cultivator of the rainforest Holy Land. As long as it's about the holy city, there's nothing I don't know. The leading cultivator immediately patted his chest and said, causing Lin Ling to nod. These people were like local tyrants. With the help of these local tyrants, it would be much more convenient to do things. After a while, Lin Ling brought them back to the restaurant. When Qin Jingtian saw those cultivators, he couldn't help but be shocked. In just a short hour, Lin Ling actually brought those people back. Moreover, those people were all experts of the Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling was only at the peak of the King's spirit realm. Although he knew that Lin Ling was a genius and could fight above his level, dealing with several Emperor's spirit realm cultivators at the same time wasn't something that every genius could do. Young master, sit. Yes. However, what surprised Qin Jingtian even more was that those cultivators seemed to be sincerely convinced by Lin Ling. That kind of worship and respect was not faked at all. Lin Ling seems to be even more terrifying than I imagined. Yes. Qin Jingtian muttered to himself. In the past, he had thought highly of Lin Ling, but now he realized that Lin Ling's mysteriousness was not something he could imagine. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Yes. Qin Jingtian sat down and said expectantly. It's very simple. Go to the Duan clan and spread rumors. At the same time, it's time for us to use our medicinal pills. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Spreading the news far and wide isn't difficult, we're good at that. But as for refining pills, this young master, there is a grandmaster alchemist there. It is said that he comes from the 7 profound martial house, and is a genius of alchemy. Zhang San said worriedly. He was more familiar with the Duan clan situation. Nothing more than Dan Luofeng. In the past, he wanted to frame me, yet he instead helped me break through my cultivation realm. So, what does he count for? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Several days later, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop opened its doors again, causing a small commotion for a time. As for Qin Lan, she naturally received the news as well. She wasn't surprised. She knew that Lin Ling would struggle on the brink of death. Therefore, she quietly waited for a month. How could Lin Ling still smile? The news of the opening of the medicinal pill shop was naturally very grand. Many warriors came with curiosity, and among them, there was no lack of geniuses from the 7 major martial arts palaces. After all, not every genius had a deep family background. In the entire holy city, if there are any cheap medicinal pills, then these are the streets. Moreover, I heard that they are opening again today, and all medicinal pills are sold at a 30% discount. This is the medicinal pill workshop of some family head of the great Qin dynasty. I heard that their medicinal pills aren't very good. They once caused a martial artist to die from poison. In the streets and alleys, many martial artists talked as they walked. How can there be 100% certainty in the path of medicinal pills? Let's not talk about other things. Moreover, I heard that the martial artist who died from poison couldn't blame anyone else. He wanted to break through to the next level, so he swallowed 3 types of medicinal pills. He didn't know that 2 of the medicinal pills countered each other. In the end, he died from poison. However, the rumors are not bad. At least no one goes to the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop. Those medicinal pills are too cheap for me. However, there were also rumors in every corner of the streets. It seemed that many martial artists wanted to take advantage of this discount to buy medicinal pills in bulk. After all, a martial artist would consume a lot of medicinal pills in their lifetime. This time, they could save a lot of money by buying in bulk at a discount. After someone took the lead, many martial artists were unwilling to lose out. They also went to the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop to join in the fun. As time went by, those few streets slowly became more lively. As for the person who spread the rumors, he laughed coldly. He was Zhang San. As a local tyrant, he was good at spreading rumors. At this moment, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop was filled with customers. Several figures also came from afar. These people were young and were all young girls. Judging from their clothes, they were disciples of the ancient Tao martial palace. Junior sister, I have quite a lot of medicinal pills to buy. There are water spirit pills, cloud gathering pills, and so on. With this 30% discount, I can probably save a lot of spirit crystals. Yes. On the path of martial arts, medicinal pills are indispensable. Yes. One of the girls smiled. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and had a slender waist. Her eyes were filled with spirituality, making one's eyes light up. Lin Ling, why are you here? Yes. At this moment, the girl suddenly exclaimed in pleasant surprise. At the entrance of the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop, a youth in a blue and white robe walked out. When he saw the girl, he could not help but be delighted. Heavenly concubine. Heavenly concubine. Are you also here to buy medicinal pills? Heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine jogged over, causing the senior sisters to be surprised. In the ancient Tao martial palace, the heavenly concubine was highly valued by her master. Coupled with her outstanding talent, many young men pursued her, but she always gave cold replies. This was the first time they had seen the heavenly concubine take the initiative to talk to someone. Who is that young man? The senior sisters also walked over. At this moment, Lin Ling was somewhat surprised. He did not expect to meet the heavenly concubine in the rainforest sacred land. However, this also meant that the Qin family's discount this time was quite effective. What kind of medicinal pills are you going to buy? Right, if you don't have enough spirit crystals, I can give you some. Anyway, with a 30% discount, we can buy a lot of medicinal pills. The heavenly concubine smiled again, causing her senior sister's beautiful eyes to narrow. The heavenly concubine did not lend spirit crystals to this young man, but directly gave it to him. What was their relationship? Involuntarily, the senior sisters sized up Lin Ling. Lin Ling was handsome, but his strength was very ordinary. He was not even in the Emperor's spirit realm. Was he worthy of the heavenly concubine? I don't lack medicinal pills right now, but if you want to buy medicinal pills, you can go to the manager of the market. Just say that you are a friend of mine, Lin Ling. Then, you can buy them at a 50% discount. Lin Ling did not know what the girls were thinking. He only smiled. What, 50% discount? This is the Great Qin Empire's medicinal pill shop. How can it be 50% off? The heavenly concubine's small mouth was slightly open. Even the eyes of the girls beside her narrowed. This young man was really arrogant. One of the girls said softly, "Heavenly concubine, your friend seems to be very arrogant." After all, they were all Emperor's spirit realm experts, and Lin Ling was only in the King's spirit realm. However, he said that he could buy medicinal pills at a 50% discount. They did not understand where this young man got his confidence from. Not to mention, this was the Great Qin Empire's medicinal pill shop. Elder, the miraculous spirit pill is currently lacking. Young Master Qin asks for your help to refine a portion. Chapter 651. Lin Ling was the alchemist in charge. Heavenly concubine, just tell him what pills you want to buy. I'll get to work first. Lin Ling smiled and walked in. At the door, Heavenly concubine and the rest were still in shock. Heavenly concubine couldn't help but ask, "Senior, who is he in the Qin family's pill shop?" The old man looked at Heavenly concubine and bowed respectfully, "You must be the elder's friend. Elder Lin is our Great Qin Empire's guest elder. Moreover, he is the alchemist in charge of the pill shop." Pfft! The girls gasped. They didn't expect the young man to be a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire at such a young age. Moreover, he was a highly respected alchemist. I knew he wouldn't be ordinary. Heavenly concubine was stunned for a moment before she laughed. Although the news was sudden, she wasn't surprised at all. After all, when she was in the cloud region, Lin Ling had refined a level 7 awakening pill for her to awaken her bloodline. After she came to the rainforest sacred land, she found out from her master that even in the rainforest sacred land, there weren't many alchemists who could refine level 7 pills. Moreover, he was just a teenager. This was even rarer. Therefore, she knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills had always been very high. "Customers, if you want to buy pills, we will only take the money for the spiritual herbs. We won't take anything else." The old man said again, "Moreover, you have the right to buy first." The girls beside Heavenly concubine were overjoyed. They looked at Heavenly concubine with gratitude. After all, if they didn't follow Heavenly concubine, they wouldn't have been able to get such an advantage. At this moment, Lin Ling was refining elixirs in the elixir hall. He was the only master in charge, so many elixirs needed him to refine. Although it was tiring, it allowed Lin Ling's elixir refining skills to continue to improve. Moreover, the Qin family was rich and had given him a large amount of spiritual herbs, so he no longer lacked the herbs needed to refine the true fire elixir. Therefore, Lin Ling had made the right choice in allying with the Qin family. Of course, at present, he was only preparing to refine the pills that would allow the Qin clan's elixir workshop to turn the tables. Those 2 pills were the 7th grade Clear Heart pill and the 8th grade Sky Capital Bright River pill. He believed that these 2 pills could absolutely turn the tables. After all, these were Di Wuji's pills. Di Wuji's vision was second only to the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. In the rainforest Holy Land, there weren't many powerhouses that could compare with Di Wuji. The Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop has reopened. Duan Tianhe smiled at the youth sitting across from him. He'd heard that the Qin family's pill shop had opened again, but he wasn't worried. The Duan family head is very calm. He was none other than Dan Luofan, who was Dan Luofan. With you here, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop has reopened. What is there to fear? Not only that, but that old ghost Qin is going downhill. He's been doing the same thing over and over again. He simply doesn't know that without a powerful alchemist, wanting to turn the tables around is nothing but a fool's dream. Duan Tianhe also took a sip of wine. Duan Tianhe's words were full of flattery, causing Dan Luofan's smile to become even wider. To be flattered by the Duan family head, this wasn't a common matter. However, he was also worthy of this flattery. After all, with him presiding over the Duan family, no matter what alchemist the Qin family sent, it was useless. Not good. Family head, Grandmaster Dan, our business has been affected. At this moment, a guard anxiously walked in, causing Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan to frown. That's impossible. The alchemist in charge of the Qin clan is that old man Yi Ding. Although his alchemy skills are high, he's old-fashioned and doesn't know how to be flexible. How could he be my opponent? Dan Luofan stood up and said with some displeasure. Grandmaster, our Duan family's pills are sold at a 20% discount, but the Qin family sells them at a 30% discount. Moreover, there's a rumor going around that our pills are fake. They should be 100% effective, but they're only 50% effective. They're saying that we're cutting corners. Who spread the rumor? Where's Zhang San? Duan Tianhe couldn't help but shout, no longer looking down on them. It was Zhang San who spread the rumor. They seem to be from the Qin family now, the guard said nervously. You're courting death. Duan Tianhe was furious and the wine cup in his hand shattered. He'd thought that the Qin family wouldn't be able to fight back, but who knew that the Qin family would counterattack so fiercely before they died? This was an eye for an eye. After all, it was he who'd ordered Zhang San and the others to spread the rumor and slander the Qin family. Rumors can only be used to deal with it for a while. Most importantly, the Qin family's pills are sold at a 30% discount. That will definitely attract many martial artists. When the time comes, all the pills will be sold out and the Qin family will have no pills left. At that time, the martial artists will feel that they've been cheated and the Qin family will die even faster. After Dan Luofan's initial surprise, he gradually calmed down. Selling pills at a low price was a small profit but quick turnover. But this was a test of an alchemist's foundation. If one's refining speed wasn't fast enough, then the supply would fall short of demand. And at that time, without pills, the Qin family's alchemy workshop would return to its original state. Haha, that's right. When it comes to refining pills, who can compete with a grandmaster alchemist? The anger in Duan Tianhe's heart gradually faded away. He was waiting for a good show. 3 days quietly passed. However, the Qin family's alchemy workshop didn't decline. Instead, it became even more prosperous. And within the Duan family mansion, Duan Tianhe and the others had ugly complexions. It seemed that they had underestimated the Qin family. The Qin family's actions weren't reckless but had been carefully planned. Not only were they slowly encroaching on the Duan family's business, but if this were to continue, they would even swallow up the Duan family's business. And at that time, the streets would lose their customers. Duan Tianhe would inevitably be punished by the Justice Duan family and his position as patriarch would be difficult to maintain. Within the mansion, Duan Tianhe had his hands behind his back. He paced back and forth, the anger in his heart growing with every step he took. He had nearly swallowed up the Qin family, but the Qin family had actually risen from the ashes. Just who was behind all of this? They found the person who spread the rumor and used that as a counterattack. Then, they suppressed us in terms of pill prices. This person shouldn't be Qin Lan. She isn't that fierce. I'm very curious as to who is behind all of this. This person is both brave and cunning. Dan Luofan said in a low voice as he recalled what had happened. Men, investigate for me. See if there have been any changes in the Qin family during this time. Also, find out who the grandmaster in charge of the Qin family's pill shop is. Duan Tianhe shouted. Not long after, a guard walked in and respectfully bowed. During this time, the Qin family patriarch and Qin Lan seemed to have quarreled. The Qin family patriarch helped a guest elder to rise to his feet. As for the grandmaster in charge of the Qin family's pill shop, that person isn't the previous Yi Ding, but someone else. Who? Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan asked in unison. They had a feeling that the person who had caused the Qin family to rise from the ashes was that guest elder. Lin Ling. The guard respectfully replied. As his voice fell, the hall fell deathly silent. Duan Tianhe's pupils shrank, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. After all, not too long ago, Lin Ling had killed Duan Tianhe and offended a great number of people. He had thought that Lin Ling had already died, but he hadn't. Chapter 652. A fierce battle between alchemists. Lin Ling, that's the youth that destroyed my restaurant. It's actually him. Dan Luofan's complexion was incomparably ugly. He had been trying to guess, but he hadn't thought that the guest elder would be Lin Ling, and that the grandmaster in charge would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling had ruined his plans. Grandmaster Dan, what do you think we should do now? This Lin Ling's skill in alchemy isn't low. Duan Tianhe's eyes were ice cold. He wished he could kill that ant Lin Ling. Haha, interesting. But he wants to play with me. Dan Luofan picked up a wine cup from the table and took a sip. He coldly smiled and said, prepare the spirit herbs. I will refine the disaster-releasing pill. I will sell it at noon, and each person can buy 5 bottles. Good. The disaster-releasing pill has the effect of increasing a royal spirit realm martial artist's strength. It can also quickly restore one's spiritual energy in battle. With this pill in hand, Lin Ling will surely lose. Duan Tianhe nodded. In the field of alchemy, you can't always rely on cheap to attract martial artists. This is just a short-term strategy. Only pills with significant effects are the best. My disaster-releasing pill is a 7th-grade pill. It was taught to me by 7 profound martial houses Old Xian. Besides me and Old Xian, no one else can refine it. We will use this card in our hand to crush Lin Ling and the Qin family. Good. Dan Luofan grew even more confident. He laughed and said, have someone send a message to Lin Ling, tell him that his death is imminent. Good. After learning that his opponent was Lin Ling, Dan Luofan also made his move. His method was to refine high-grade pills. The battle between these two great alchemists was like a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Many other powers were watching from the sidelines. Lin Ling naturally received Dan Luofan's letter. He also knew what Dan Luofan was planning. Unfortunately, Dan Luofan didn't know that although his pills were rare, as long as they came from the 7 profound martial house, how could Lin Ling not know how to refine them? It had to be known that in the past, Senior Limitless was the son of the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. The things that he knew far surpassed those of the 12 Xian elders. Another few days passed, and the Duan clan sent out the disaster-releasing pills. However, the Qin clan also sent out the disaster-releasing pills, and the price was even cheaper than the Duan clan's. Just when the Duan clan thought that the Qin clan was going to make a huge loss by selling the pills at such a cheap price, the Qin clan was going to make a huge loss. The Qin clan sent out another type of medicinal pill, the 7th-grade clear heart pill. This kind of elixir was sold at an exorbitant price. But once it was launched, it was immediately sought after by thousands of martial artists. Even the emperors of many countries in the middle 3 regions were among these martial artists. This pill only had one effect, and that was to allow a royal spirit realm cultivator to calm their mind and even stabilize their soul force while cultivating. A martial artist's cultivation was like a small stream, flowing slowly. But after reaching the royal spirit realm, because of the martial arts they learned and the heaven and earth spiritual energy they absorbed, most royal spirit realm martial artists would find it difficult to calm their minds. They would feel restless and impatient. This feeling was similar to that of Elder Muba. If one did not pay more attention to it, one would become irritable and domineering in the long run. The reason for this was that one had learned too many martial arts, creating a chaotic state of mind. However, with the clear heart pill, one could stabilize the soul and prevent it from being disturbed by various emotions. It could calm the mind and calm the mind. This was an excellent medicinal pill for cultivation. If taken during a breakthrough, the chances of success would increase by 30%. So even though this pill was expensive, many people still fought to buy it. Moreover, there was no market for it. And the most frightening thing was that besides the Qin clan's pill workshop, this pill could not be bought anywhere else. Even if there was a pill with the same name, the effects would be much worse. After the 7th grade Clear Heart pill was launched, Lin Ling also sent a letter to Dan Luofan. Grandmaster Dan, your good luck has come to an end. In the past, Lin Ling and Dan Luofan had no enmity or grievances. But in order to establish a relationship with Duan Tianya, Dan Luofan had helped Duan Tianya frame Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling not take revenge for this? Lin Ling. In the Duan family's great hall, Dan Luofan looked at the letter in his hand. His handsome face instantly turned red and green. He angrily tore the letter to shreds. Who was he? He was a prodigy ranked in the 400s on the 7 profound prodigy list. Although his strength could not be said to be unrivaled, he was still stronger than Lin Ling. Moreover, he was a noble alchemist. Even prodigies ranked in the 300s on the 7 profound prodigy list had to give him face. And who was Lin Ling? Although Lin Ling had created many miracles and was this year's most outstanding genius, he was only at the bottom of the 7 profound prodigy list. But now, this ant had humiliated him. After all, many people were watching the business competition between the Duan family and the Qin clan. Everyone was waiting for Dan Luofan to shine. And Dan Luofan also wanted to shine. If he let the Duan family win, he would have another dazzling result when he took the alchemist examination in the future. However, all of this now felt like a dream. Lin Ling is very cunning. He actually knows how to refine the disaster-releasing pill, and his price is cheaper than ours. Just like that, he stole our business. And although they seem to be losing money, their 7th grade Clear Heart pill is very expensive, making up for the loss of the disaster-releasing pill. Duan Tianhe's expression was extremely ugly. If this continued, the Duan family would lose. Impossible. Although Lin Ling is also an alchemist, how could he know the recipe of my disaster-releasing pill? Dan Luofan also paced back and forth in the hall. He also did not understand why Lin Ling knew how to refine the disaster-releasing pill. Great Master Dan, can't you think of a way? Duan Tianhe asked again, but Dan Luofan remained silent. His strongest trump card had been defeated by Lin Ling. How could he think of a way? The two of them were instantly enraged. As time passed, the business of the Qin clan's elixir store became better and better. The nearby streets also became prosperous. Those closed shops opened again, and there was even a situation of competing shops. The Qin clan was naturally incomparably excited, especially Qin Jingtian. He was smiling all day long. Although he believed in Lin Ling, he did not expect Lin Ling's alchemy skills to be so high that he could save the Qin clan. Moreover, Lin Ling was not the kind of bookworm who only knew how to refine pills. He was even more outstanding in business. He had created hunger marketing, membership policies, and so on. It was an eye-opener for him. At present, in the Qin clan, many elders also approved of Lin Ling's position as a guest elder. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was not a business genius. Those hunger marketing, membership policies, and so on were just things that he had moved over from the previous world. In the Qin clan, the Qin clan's old master, Qin Shao, was in a good mood. He was not happy that he won the bet with Qin Lan, but that their Qin clan's business had finally recovered. Sigh, little Lan, although father has been recuperating these past few years, I still have the ability to judge people. You said that the stubborn one is me, but in fact, the stubborn one is you. Sigh. While feeling happy, old Master Qin sighed softly. He knew that this matter was a huge blow to Qin Lan, and Qin Lan had always been headstrong. This loss should wake her up. Qin Lan naturally knew that the Qin clan's business was gradually improving. She knew that she had lost. She had lost in less than a month. However, after losing, she no longer had the face to face her father and Qin Jingtian. Moreover, this was a small matter. The most important thing was that the reputation she had built up over the years had collapsed in an instant. Chapter 653. In order to win in the world of martial arts, strength determined everything. But at the same time, results also represented everything. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was an unchanging principle. Lin Ling had achieved results, so naturally, countless people supported him. Those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. I haven't lost yet. How can this small setback stop me, Qin Lan? Qin Lan coldly muttered to herself. A sinister look appeared on her cold face. It was night and everything was quiet. A slender figure appeared in the depths of the Qin family's pill shop. She was Qin Lan. Her purpose in coming to the pill shop was very simple. That was to find the pill formula for the 7th grade clear heart pill. This was her only trump card to turn the tables. The pill shop was an important place. Others could not get close to it, but Qin Lan could. After arriving at the pill shop, her eyes searched for the pill formula. However, she was not an alchemist, so she did not know what the pill formula was like. Grandmaster Yi Ding, sorry for the offense. In the end, she made a move on the former alchemist of the Qin family and forced Grandmaster Yi Ding to find the pill formula for the 7th grade clear heart pill. Young miss, what are you doing? Yi Ding was the alchemist of the Qin family in the past. He had a deep relationship with the Qin family, but he did not understand Qin Lan's intention. Find the pill formula for the 7th grade clear heart pill. Under the illumination of the lights, the beautiful Qin Lan in the past had an extremely cold expression on her face. Yi Ding hesitated for a long time before finally taking out the ancient pill formula. This was the pill formula left behind by Lin Ling. Although he was very confused about what Qin Lan wanted to do, Qin Lan was still the former acting patriarch of the Qin family. I want to give this pill formula to the Duan family and let them win in the end. After receiving the pill formula, Qin Lan's Hongyan lips curved into an extremely cold smile. Young miss, you're betraying the Qin family. Yi Ding was stunned for a moment. Then, he was shocked. Only now did he know Qin Lan's purpose. This is not betrayal. I'm just looking forward to the big picture. Don't worry, when my father loses, I will take back everything the Qin family has lost. Grandmaster Yi, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You will understand my painstaking efforts. Qin Lan shook her head. She had an aggrieved look on her face. It was as if her father and Lin Ling were bullying her, forcing her into a corner. In the end, she could only take this path. Then, she looked at Master Yi Ding and her eyes turned cold. Eldest miss, this is your Qin family's business. I won't interfere. Please let me go. Yi Ding's heart trembled. He suddenly understood what Qin Lan meant. Qin Lan wanted to kill him. Although he was an alchemist, Qin Lan was also a prodigy of the 7 major martial arts halls. She was stronger than him. Only the dead can keep secrets. Grandmaster Yi, in order to help me, you can only die. Qin Lan said indifferently. She waved her right hand and a powerful martial art was revealed. It was a mysterious turtle shell. It was the great Qin Empire's Xuanwu bloodline. The moment the turtle shell appeared, it enveloped Yi Ding and sucked his flesh and blood dry. Yi Ding, who had always worked for the Qin clan, disappeared from the world. After that, Qin Lan left the medicinal pill workshop step by step. Under the cover of the night, she went to the Duan clan and directly went to look for Dan Luofan. After all, only Dan Luofan could turn the tables for her. Who is it? In the room, Dan Luofan frowned. He looked at the window and saw a slender figure standing there quietly. Then, she walked in through the door at the side. Qin Lan. Dan Luofan growled and became alert. Qin Lan was not weak. She even had the ancient Xuanwu bloodline. If they really fought, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. This time, I only have one reason for looking for you. Help me refine the level 7 mind cleansing pill and defeat the Qin clan. Qin Lan said with a cold expression. Why? Why? Dan Luofan was very surprised, but he still asked. You don't need to know the reason. You only need to know that Lin Ling is our enemy. This time, if Lin Ling loses, I will become the leader of the Qin clan. Then, I will kill Lin Ling for you. Qin Lan said indifferently. Dan Luofan's eyes flashed and he suddenly laughed coldly. He believed Qin Lan's words. After all, the battle between Qin Lan and Qin Shao was no secret. If you have the pill formula, I can defeat Lin Ling for you. However, don't you think you should pay more sincerity for our cooperation? Dan Luofan said meaningfully. He looked at Qin Lan's body with evil intentions as if he wanted to see through her. Qin Lan was a beauty. However, she was a little cold because of her high position. But if he could get her body, it would be good. You. Yes. Qin Lan knew what Dan Luofan was thinking. You have no choice. After all, although you have the pill formula, there are not many alchemists who can refine level 7 pills. Even if there are, you won't be able to find them in a short time. So, you can only cooperate with me. Yes. Dan Luofan smiled faintly as if he had Qin Lan under control. Then, he said, if you want to become the leader of the Qin clan, some sacrifices are inevitable. Yes. Qin Lan's body trembled. She hesitated, but in the end, she walked over step by step. That's right, those who want to achieve great things do not care about trifles. As long as she could win, what was a mere body? And all of this had been forced upon her by Lin Ling. Once she rose again, she would kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too hateful. He should have just been a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Why did he come to the Qin clan to oppose her? Lin Ling, she had to kill him. I heard that you and 7 profound martial house's apprentice Gusu were geniuses of the same generation. Apprentice Gusu is someone that I look up to, but you are also a beautiful woman. To be able to taste Apprentice Gusu's friends is one of life's greatest blessings. Unfortunately, you have been compared to Apprentice Gusu, but in the end, you have lost. Dan Luofan laughed. He pulled open the curtains on the bed and carried Qin Lan up. Not long after, moaning sounds came from the room. At this time, the Qin clan did not know what Qin Lan had done. But many people discovered that Grandmaster Yi Ding had disappeared, and the level 7 mind pill formula had also disappeared. When this news came out, it was like a bolt from the blue. After all, everyone in the Qin clan knew that the level 7 mind pill was their trump card to turn the tables. But now that the pill formula had disappeared, this caused many people to feel uneasy. Several days later, in the Qin clan's hall, everyone was present. Their faces were ashen. Who is it? How hateful, this person wants our Qin clan to die without a burial ground. If we find him, we will punish him according to the great Qin dynasty's laws. The various elders angrily said. It's Grandmaster Yiding. At this moment, an icy voice sounded in the hall, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Then they saw that the one who spoke was the eldest Miss Qin Lan. Little Lan, why do you say that? Qin Shao frowned as he looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan's face was also filled with anger. She was so angry that she was ice cold. Because he is a member of the Duan clan. He might be a spy that the Duan clan placed in our Qin clan. He disappeared this time and took away the level 7 mind pill formula. He must have gone to the Duan clan. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. This news caused them to be somewhat confused. However, at this moment, a guard anxiously walked in. Master, bad news. We just received news that the Duan clan also has a level 7 mind pill for sale, and the price is even cheaper than ours. It's already late. There will be more work at the end of the year than usual, so the update will be late. Sorry, starting tomorrow, I will try to save up the manuscript and update at noon. Also, thank you to the loyal fans who have always supported me, such as Grey Wolf. After all, it's not that I don't want to leave comments, but sometimes I really don't have time. I apologize here. I will listen to you and try to find time to review books. Chapter 654. Venomous slander. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. All the elders narrowed their eyes while Qin Shao and Qin Jingtian's faces turned even uglier. Only Lin Ling continued to sip his tea as if this matter had nothing to do with him. As expected of the Duan family. Duan Tianhe, this is a beautiful move. Qin Shao smashed the teacup on the table. Was their Qin family going to lose in the end? Grandmaster Yiding, our Qin family has treated him well. Who would have thought that he would betray us? This old man is really scheming. Exactly. I've always treated him like a senior, respectful and courteous. However, although he looks kind on the surface, his heart is actually very black. Yes. The elders gritted their teeth and said. Master Yiding had shown them the light of death for the Qin family. Although Grandmaster Yiding is despicable, after working for our Qin family for so many years, we can see that he isn't an evil person. Perhaps he was just bewitched by someone. What makes me curious is, who is the person who bewitched him? Yes. At this moment, Qin Lan suddenly spoke up. Her cold eyes looked at Lin Ling who was drinking his tea. Guest Elder Lin Ling, you're so calm, as if you're not worried at all. Yes. Little Lan, what do you mean? Yes. Qin Shao frowned. He felt that Qin Lan seemed to be suspecting Lin Ling. Without anyone supporting Grandmaster Yiding, Grandmaster Yiding wouldn't dare to betray the Qin family. During this period of time, the closest person to Grandmaster Yiding is Lin Ling. Moreover, only Lin Ling and Grandmaster Yiding can enter the pill refinement area. Qin Lan's words were as sharp as a sword, pointing at Lin Ling. What? Lin Ling? Yes. The entire hall was in an uproar again. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Big Mrs. words are not without reason. Grandmaster Yiding is not the type of person to do great things. He shouldn't have the guts. Perhaps there really was someone who bewitched him, or even threatened him to do such a thing. But right now, Grandmaster Yiding is missing, and he is bearing all the blame. Yes. An elder frowned, but he was also looking at Lin Ling. That's right. Most importantly, other than Grandmaster Yiding, only guest elder Lin Ling is allowed to enter the alchemy area. Soon after, voices of discussion could be heard. However, the words were all directed at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? No wonder I was wondering why you had to become a guest elder. It turns out that you were originally a member of the Duan clan. You were specially arranged to come here to catch us all in one fell swoop so that we wouldn't have any chance to resist. Qin Lan shouted once more after the elders were puzzled. Obviously, this was one of her plans. Men. Capture guest elder Lin Ling. Strip him of his guest elder status and throw him into the death cell. Qin Lan waved her right hand and her face turned even colder. Lil Lan, there must be more to this than meets the eye. Rashly convicting Lin Ling is not good. That's right, sister. I believe that Lin Ling is definitely not a traitor. Seeing the scene in the hall, Qin Xiao and Qin Jingtian immediately shouted anxiously. Lil Tian, you don't know how dangerous the world is. In this world, the strong are respected and the winner is king. In order to win, there are all kinds of methods, so it's not strange that Lin Ling is a traitor. Qin Lan shook her head and seemed to sigh. Father, now that things have come to this, are you still going to speak up for Lin Ling? In order to not lose face, you're already stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Sigh, why bother? You're already old. Her words caused Qin Xiao and Qin Jingtian's hearts to tremble. For a moment, they couldn't find any words to refute. Men. Throw Lin Ling into the death cell. Without giving Qin Xiao and Qin Jingtian a chance to speak, Qin Lan shouted again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking his tea, as if none of this had anything to do with him. It was also as if he had already noticed all of this. It wasn't until a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm guards walked in that he slowly put down his teacup and looked at the crowd. You're saying that I'm a traitor because I listened to her talk nonsense. The hall fell silent. Previously, Lin Ling hadn't said anything, so everyone thought that Lin Ling had tacitly agreed. However, now that Lin Ling had spoken, they also wanted to hear what Lin Ling had to say. After all, no matter what, Lin Ling's results during this period were obvious to all. Qin Lan naturally didn't want Lin Ling to quibble. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to deceive everyone? Elder Yi Ding is a good person, but after being threatened by you, he walked down a path of no return. Your intentions are too vicious. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Miss Qin, I want to ask you, whose pill formula is it? Qin Lan's expression changed. She didn't know why, but the more calm Lin Ling was, the more uncomfortable she felt. However, she still sneered. The pill formula is yours, but in order to deceive everyone, you really put in a lot of effort. You used a precious pill formula to win everyone's trust. Lin Ling shook his head, still calm. You also know that the pill formula is mine. If I'm a traitor, then why would I have Grandmaster Yi Ding go missing? Why would I have Grandmaster Yi Ding take the pill formula to curry favor with the Duan clan? I could have given the pill formula to the Duan clan myself, and no one would know. So, don't you think that saying that I deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding to defect to the enemy is far-fetched? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the crowd began to discuss. Yes, if Lin Ling was a traitor, why would he have Grandmaster Yi Ding hand over the pill formula? He could have secretly given the pill formula to the Duan clan. Therefore, it was hard to believe that Lin Ling had deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding. You're spouting nonsense. Qin Lan's expression was extremely ugly. She had long known that Lin Ling was very eloquent, so she didn't want Lin Ling to speak and directly wanted to convict Lin Ling. However, she still failed. Since I'm not the one who deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding, there's one very important point. If the pill formula was snatched by the Duan clan, who else would benefit in the end besides the Duan clan? Lin Ling said again. Apart from the Duan clan, there's no one else who would benefit from it. No, there's another one. It's the eldest miss. The crowd's heart trembled, but then they all looked at Qin Lan. After all, everyone still remembered the promise that Qin Lan had made to the patriarch a month ago. If Lin Ling failed, Qin Shao would have to give up the position of the patriarch, and vice versa. In that case, it was obvious who would benefit from it. Lin Ling, you're making slanderous accusations. Qin Lan gritted her teeth fiercely. When she sensed her father's angry gaze, she finally panicked. Previously, she had only wanted to use Grandmaster Yi Ding's disappearance to convict Lin Ling. But who would have known that this plan was a mistake, and Lin Ling would bite back? Everyone was somewhat suspicious of Qin Lan. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I didn't say that you were a traitor. Why are you so nervous? Sigh. After saying that, Lin Ling picked up his teacup again and drank. His casual manner made Qin Lan's heart surge with anger. Lin Ling had been toying with her earlier. I just wanted to say that Grandmaster Yi Ding wouldn't benefit from it, so there's no need for him to take the pill formula and rely on the Duan clan. Therefore, he's innocent. As for his disappearance, perhaps he didn't disappear. Sigh. Chapter 655. Not one can be missing. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's guess was indeed possible. It was clear that the real traitor had killed Grandmaster Yi Ding in order to conceal himself from the world. Then, he took the opportunity to pin the crime on Grandmaster Yi Ding and divert everyone's attention. This traitor was very despicable. This person must be found. He is a sinner of the Qin family. Elder. One by one, the elders shouted angrily. Lin Ling glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. There is no need to find him. He will jump out himself. Elder. Lin Ling, do you have a way? Elder. Qin Shao suddenly looked at Lin Ling. He realized that this youth had been very calm from beginning to end. Could it be that he had already sensed something? Qin Lan's heart inexplicably trembled. She became even more flustered, but she still comforted herself. Lin Ling was just scaring her and making her panic. So as long as she did not admit it, then even if everyone suspected her, they would not be able to do anything to her without any evidence. And once the Duan family obtained the pill formula, they would definitely win this competition for business shares. At that time, her father would be forced to give up the position of patriarch. Then, everything would be under her control. Her calculations were very good, but she forgot one thing. Obtaining the pill formula did not mean that Lin Ling would only sell one type of pill. In fact, Lin Ling had refined two types of pills for the Qin family. One was the 7th grade Clear Heart pill. The other was the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill. In order to make the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill popular among martial artists, he had slightly changed the 7th grade Clear Heart pill so that the two types of pills complemented each other. This meant that if one bought only one type of pill, it would be beneficial in the short term but harmful in the long term. At that time, they would have to buy the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill. The Bright River Sky pill's effect was to cleanse the spirit energy in the dantian, making the spirit energy pure. Therefore, martial artists who swallowed the 7th grade Clear Heart pill would find that although cultivating could stabilize the soul and not be disturbed by the outside world, the spirit energy would become more impure. At that time, they would need the Bright River Sky pill. This was a bundled marketing. Both types of pills were indispensable. As for the Duan family, they had obtained the Clear Heart pill. But without the Bright River Sky pill, the Clear Heart pill would be harmful. As expected, 3 days later, the streets were in an uproar. After taking the mind-clearing pill, my cultivation speed has increased and I'm about to break through to the next realm. However, for some reason, the spiritual energy in my body has become even more impure. Spirit Qi is impure and impulsive. It can greatly reduce a martial artist's combat strength. The side effects of this Clear Heart pill are so great. Many martial artists discussed spiritedly. In fact, the Tranquil Heart pill was not poisonous. It only required them to spend more time refining the spiritual energy in their bodies. Huh, are you stupid? The Qin clan's pill workshop has the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill, which is specially used to purify the spiritual energy in one's body. It's even suitable for Holy Spirit realm experts. How could you not know about it? A warrior mocked, causing the gazes of the other warriors who were discussing to gather. Every medicine is 30% poisonous. How can you blame the mind-clearing pill? As long as we can find the antidote pill, it'll be fine. Moreover, the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill is cheaper than the Clear Heart pill. Just go and buy it. The mocking martial artist said again, causing a large number of martial artists to walk towards the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop. Right, if the mind-clearing pill was bought from the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop, then you can't buy the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill for a month. This is what the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop said. The warrior said again. What? It's not like we won't pay. This is too much. Many martial artists were dissatisfied. Who can be blamed for this? If you buy the mind-clearing pill from the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop, then go to the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop to solve your problem. What does it have to do with the Qin clan? Yeah, the Qin clan's meaning is very clear. If you want to buy medicinal pills, then go to the Qin clan to buy in the future. There's everything there. If you buy medicinal pills from the Duan clan, then go to the Duan clan to buy in the future. The Qin clan does not welcome you. Many martial artists felt that this was very normal. After all, the Duan clan and the Qin clan were competitors. The Qin clan would not clean up the mess for the Duan clan. Damn the Duan clan. That overseeing alchemist is really weak. I'm regretting buying medicinal pills from them. The crowd discussed animatedly again and agreed with this logic. They might as well go to the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop to buy medicinal pills. Gradually, the streets of the Duan clan became cold and even began to decline. As for the streets of the Qin clan, they became more and more lively. At this moment, in the Duan clan, Dan Luofan was reclining in a chair, enjoying the massage of a maid. He held a wine cup in his hand and said, "Tell your patriarch to prepare the items on the list. I will consider helping you." In front of him stood a man in a green robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and the words Lion Orchid were embroidered on his chest. He was from one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms, the Lion Orchid Ancient Kingdom. Dan Luofan was not surprised that this man would appear here. This man should have learned of his magnificent achievements in the Duan clan and thus came to recruit him. And now that the Duan clan had borrowed his pill recipes, they should have made a comeback. As for the Qin clan, they should be in chaos right now. With this thought in mind, Dan Luofan quietly waited for the man's reply. However, the man's expression was indifferent. He shook his head and said, "I'm very sorry. The patriarch feels that your assistance to the Duan clan this time has ruined your reputation. Thus, he did not recruit you. Instead, he chose Sun Xian, the genius alchemist of one of the 7 great martial arts palaces, Heaven-Bearing Palace." What? Dan Luofan's pupils shrank. Didn't he use the 7th grade Clear Heart pill to help the Duan clan make a comeback? Dan Luofan, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, an angry voice sounded out. Then, a figure walked in with large strides, his eyes staring fixedly at Dan Luofan. This person was Duan Tianhe. "Dan Luofan, I've treated you well, so why do you want to harm my Duan clan?" After walking in, Duan Tianhe described the bleak situation of the Duan clan's pill shop. This caused Dan Luofan's heart to fiercely tremble. He stood up from his chair, his initial arrogance nowhere to be seen. The Clear Heart pill was poisonous, so it needed the Sky River pill to complement it. He had obtained the Clear Heart pill's pill formula, but he did not have the Sky River pill's pill formula. This also meant that he had been tricked. Furthermore, the Clear Heart pill that the Duan clan was selling was actually advertising for the Qin clan. After all the martial artists that came to the Duan clan to buy the clear heart pill would eventually have to go to the Qin clan. The Duan clan's previous customers had all been snatched away. Thinking of this, Dan Luofan's mind buzzed and his face paled. The man from the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid sneered, Dan Luofan, the alchemy genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, this move has ruined your reputation. As he finished speaking, he gloated and left. Ruined his reputation? Dan Luofan's heart trembled. In the past, he had worked hard in the rainforest Holy Land and made a name for himself as an alchemy genius. But now, all of that had been destroyed. It's Qin Lan. Dan Luofan suddenly roared. All of this had been a trap. In order to completely exterminate the Duan clan, Qin Lan had used the trick of injuring herself to gain his confidence. It seemed as if she had given him the pill recipe, but the truth was that she was framing him. This was likely something that Qin Lan and Lin Ling had agreed upon. Qin Lan was too shrewd. Dan Luofan's eyes turned red. He strode away, wanting to question Qin Lan. This woman had caused him to be so miserable. Qin Lan. Duan Tianhe's complexion was also ugly. The Qin family's move was too insidious. Then, he also followed Dan Luofan. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Lan had never framed them. Even Lin Ling hadn't framed them. It was just that they had lifted a rock and smashed it on their own feet. Chapter 656. Denouncing Qin Nan. When the Duan family used the clear mind pill, the elders of the Qin family thought that the Qin family was going to lose. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have a hidden trump card, the Bright River pill, which made the Qin family's business flourish again and even better than before. At this point, they were even more convinced of Lin Ling's abilities. Everyone was happy. Only Qin Lan's beautiful face was filled with frost. Clearly, she had not expected this result. Eldest miss, everyone is happy. Why do you look so gloomy? In the spacious hall, Lin Ling was drinking tea as usual as he looked at Qin Lan and smiled faintly. Qin Lan's eyes flickered and hatred flowed in her eyes. She was about to succeed, but Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, making all her efforts go down the drain. How could she be happy? However, she quickly forced a smile and said, "No, I'm also happy for the Qin family." Is that so? The elixir store's business is booming, but Master Yi Ding died an unjust death. If we can find the murderer, how will you deal with it? Lin Ling smiled and said meaningfully. Qin Lan's heart trembled and she continued to smile and said, "Of course it will be the death penalty. I think the elders also think so." At this moment, she had no choice but to say so. Yes, this person betrayed the Qin family. If it weren't for the guest elder Lin Ling, the Qin family would have been destroyed. Therefore, this person must die. Speaking of the person who betrayed the Qin family, the other elders said coldly. This made Qin Lan panic. She was sure that if the Qin family found out that she was the murderer, they wouldn't let her go. Bang! At this moment, the gate of the manor was blasted open. A large number of figures rushed in with surging killing intent. The two people in the lead were Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan. Lin Ling, you're really sinister. You're actually willing to do anything to win. After entering the manor, Duan Tianhe immediately let out a furious roar, causing the entire manor to shake. One had to know that the streets that he had painstakingly built had all been destroyed in an instant, so how could he not be angry? If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. Swish! Swish! The various elders of the Qin clan also walked out of the hall and came to the manor. Qin Xiao looked coldly at Duan Tianhe and the others. He was not surprised that they would come. After all, the Duan clan was supposed to win. However, they lost in the end. If it was anyone else, they would not be in a good mood. You're angry because you lost. Coming to my territory to behave atrociously, do you think that the great Qin Empire doesn't exist? However, when facing an external enemy, Qin Shao was clearly even more domineering. He did not have the forbearance he had when facing Qin Lan. Old devil Qin, don't be too complacent. Duan Tianhe's face turned even uglier, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianhe with some surprise. Only now did he know that Duan Tianhe was the middle-aged man from the Dragon Pan Lake competition. However, this result made him even more satisfied. So it's an old acquaintance. Have you come to the Qin clan for tea? Lin Ling raised the teacup in his hand as he casually spoke. His relaxed appearance caused Duan Tianhe's eyes to fill with killing intent. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, why don't you compete with me in a fair competition of pills and rely on schemes to win? What kind of alchemist are you? On the side, Dan Luofan couldn't help but roar. Compared to Duan Tianhe, his killing intent towards Lin Ling was even stronger. This was because Lin Ling had harmed him twice. I don't know what you're talking about. However, in the face of Dan Luofan's accusation, Lin Ling shrugged and said indifferently. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Or are you afraid of losing face? Dan Luofan coldly snorted and then pointed at Qin Lan. You told Qin Lan to give me the pill formula, but there was only one. Without the Sky Capital Bright River pill formula, the Clear Heart pill was simply harmful. You made all the customers leave the Duan clan's pill workshop. This was your trap. If not for your schemes, even if the Duan clan lost, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Lin Ling, you call yourself an alchemist in vain. He had lost, so this time, he had come to denounce Lin Ling and expose him. At the very least, he wanted to let everyone know that he, Dan Luofeng, had not lost in alchemy skills, but had lost to Lin Ling's schemes. Moreover, he had already lost face, but he wouldn't let Lin Ling off. He wanted to make Lin Ling lose face. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He smiled and said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You say I framed you, but do you have proof? Proof? Then ask the Qin clan's eldest Mississippi. That day, she gave me the pill formula and her body. Such a shameless slut, in order to win, she's willing to use any method. Dan Luofan gnashed his teeth, cursing Qin Lan in front of countless people. What? The eldest miss gave herself to this bastard. The Qin clan's elders' eyes narrowed again. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Qin Shao also stared at Qin Lan with wide eyes, as if he wanted to hear Qin Lan's explanation. At this moment, Qin Lan's face was incomparably pale. Her reputation had been ruined. When Dan Luofan angrily arrived, she knew it was too late. And she couldn't argue at all. That's right, I gave the pill formula to the Duan clan. Finally, Qin Lan walked out and coldly looked at Qin Shao. Her words caused Qin Zhao's eyes to narrow. Was it really his daughter who betrayed the Qin clan? He muttered, that Grandmaster Yi Ding was also killed by you. Only the dead can hide secrets, so he had to die. Qin Lan's face was somewhat distorted, and she even became hysterical. You forced me to do this. Father, why do you oppose me? Everything I did was for the Qin clan. Why do you oppose me? Why do you believe an outsider? And you, Lin Ling, I've never provoked you. Why do you always make things difficult for me? You even set up a trap to trick me. Lin Ling, what are your intentions? Since the matter had been exposed, Qin Lan didn't hide anything. However, she coldly looked at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, including Dan Luofan. They wanted to see what Lin Ling had to say. Ha! Lin Ling coldly smiled, and his clear eyes also became cold. Qin Lan, you said I made things difficult for you. Then let me ask you, after coming to the Qin clan, how did I make things difficult for you? I cured your father, and what did I ask you for in return? Lin Ling's words caused Qin Lan to frown. Lin Ling has never opposed elder sister. When the patriarch supported Lin Ling to become a guest elder sister was the one who opposed it. She even wanted to become an elder herself. At this time, Qin Jingtian also spoke, causing many people to nod. They had also seen this matter, so they knew the whole story. Just because I didn't follow your orders, you think I'm targeting you. Qin Lan, oh Qin Lan, this world doesn't revolve around you. You want to be the head of the family, so everyone who stands in your way is against you, including your father and your younger brother. Lin Ling took a step forward and coldly looked at Qin Lan. He had always maintained the status of a bystander in the Qin clan, but this time, he attacked. Chapter 657. You deserve it. His cold voice was like thunder as it fell into Qin Lan's ears, causing her delicate body to tremble. However, her eyes became even more sinister. So, in order to punish me, you used a sinister scheme to trick me. You are very shrewd. Sigh. You don't have the right to be punished by me, and you don't have the right to be punished by me. Sigh. Lin Ling said indifferently, as for me using a sinister scheme to trick you? Sorry, my original plan was that the Tranquil Heart pill and the Sky Capital Bright River pill were medicinal pills that complemented each other. It's just that in order to win, you stole the pill formula and gave it to the Duan clan. That's why you shot yourself in the foot. This is the result of your own bad intentions. Sigh. Lin Ling had never thought that Qin Lan would steal the pill formulas. However, his two types of pills complemented each other. This resulted in Qin Lan stealing one pill formula but not the other. Trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Buzz. Qin Lan's mind buzzed and she couldn't help but take a step back. She had thought that Lin Ling had been trying to frame her all this time, but now she suddenly understood that Lin Ling hadn't been trying to frame her. Instead, he had courted death by stealing a single pill recipe, causing him to backfire on himself. That meant that she had dug her own grave. Qin Lan, serves you right. The crowd had a vague idea of what had happened and they all sneered at Qin Lan. Sigh. Sigh. Qin Xiao looked at her daughter and couldn't help but sigh again. Qin Lan had committed her own sins and now she was blaming it on Lin Ling. This was very ugly. And you, Dan Luofan, you said that we were both alchemists so we should have a fair battle. However, this was a fair battle in the first place. You just cheated and wanted to use my pill recipe to turn the tables. In the end, you made a fool of yourself. Sigh. Lin Ling shouted again and looked at Dan Luofan with an overbearing aura. Dan Luofan's face was incomparably pale. This time, he wanted to regain his face and at least not lose too shamefully. However, the result was that he lost even more shamefully. His reputation was even more ruined. And most importantly, he found that Lin Ling didn't seem to be with Qin Lan. In that case, Qin Lan was indeed helping him, but now the matter was exposed because of him. In other words, he had helped Lin Ling get rid of an enemy. Lin Ling, how hateful. Hehe, you asked for it. Many people already knew what had happened, and they all looked at Dan Luofan with ridicule in their eyes. Dan Luofan was an alchemy genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, and he had an illustrious reputation in his family. However, he had stolen other people's pill recipes in an attempt to turn defeat into victory. In the end, he had lost again. This time, Dan Luofan didn't have the qualifications to call himself an alchemist. Lin Ling. Qin Lan's body trembled. She was even more humiliated than Dan Luofan because she had lost her body and her dignity. The most terrifying thing was that she had lost everything, yet she still hadn't won. Although she was the one to blame for all of this, how could she be willing to accept it? Lin Ling, you're nothing but a clown. Die. Die. Qin Lan took a step forward and threw herself at Lin Ling. She wanted Lin Ling to die. Qin Lan, you've gone mad. Elder. Lin Ling was their Qin family's benefactor. Qin Lan had always made things difficult for him, but Lin Ling had never paid any attention to her. Instead, he had silently helped the Qin family. However, Qin Lan had sinned and caused them to lose all face. Instead, she vented her anger on Lin Ling. You cannot do as you wish. However, just as Qin Lan moved, a figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of Qin Lan. That icy face had a touch of regret as he coldly said. This person was the Qin family's old master, Qin Shao. Father, let me kill him. Qin Lan's eyes were red. However, Qin Shao still didn't budge. He only looked at his daughter and finally said, should he be killed? Yes. This question seemed to be directed at himself, but the truth was that it was directed at all the elders, and also at Lin Ling. She said that anyone who killed Grandmaster Yi Ding must die. Lin Ling's expression was incomparably indifferent. He didn't show any mercy. With his personality, he would treat others the same way as others. Qin Lan wanted to kill him, so how could he let her live? Moreover, what he hated the most in this life were ungrateful people. What he hated the most were people who abandoned their family in order to become stronger. In order to become stronger, in order to enjoy the feeling of being superior, Qin Lan abandoned all her family. She had no right to exist in this world. Sigh, little Lan, why do you have to do this? Qin Shao naturally knew this. He sighed again, and a huge amount of spiritual energy appeared in his right hand and enveloped Qin Lan. Qin Lan's pretty face turned pale. Her father wanted to kill her. Father, I'm your daughter. Qin Lan panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. When did you ever think of me as your father? When did you ever think of me as your father? Little Lan, I can tolerate any of your willfulness, but there are some things in life that can't be wrong. If you're wrong, you can't turn back. Qin Zhao's voice seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. In the end, his right hand slammed down heavily. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Qin Lan's head was crushed. She looked at her father with unwillingness, and then slowly fell to the ground. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. They suddenly sighed, but they didn't know why, but they didn't feel any sympathy. Perhaps everything was as Qin Shao had said. There were some things in life that can't be wrong. If you're wrong, you can't turn back. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and his mood was somewhat complex. Suddenly, he looked up at the blue sky, and then faintly smiled. His family had appeared there. His grandfather, father, mother, Yu, and the Fire Ancient clan. These people were the most important people in his life. No matter what, he would never abandon them, nor would he betray them in order to become stronger. This was his principle. In this ruthless world, some people would give up everything in order to become stronger. But Lin Ling would never do that. He would never become the next Qin Lan. This was his belief. Dan Luofeng, the alchemy genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, what do you have to say now? Lin Ling gathered his thoughts and smiled at Dan Luofeng. This gloating expression caused Dan Luofeng to grit his teeth. What else could he say? His reputation had been ruined, and he had lost everything that an alchemist should have. He had nothing to say. Perhaps the only thing he could say was to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Qin family had so many masters. Not to mention him, but even Duan Tianhe might not be able to kill Lin Ling. You have guts. When you return to the Seven Profound Martial House, there won't be anyone from the Qin family to protect you. You will regret this. Dan Luofeng angrily said, and then coldly snorted and left. Duan Tianhe angrily glared at Lin Ling, and finally left. Obviously, they had come here to denounce him. But the truth was, they hadn't thought that they would be smashing their own feet with a stone. There was a brief moment of silence in the manor. But soon, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling, and many of them were faintly shocked. Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old boy, and his strength wasn't too strong. But today, he had risen like a dazzling star. Not only had he removed the Qin family's internal problems, but he had also forced the Duan family to return with grievances. Chapter 658. Between fast and slow, from today onwards, all members of the great Qin Empire below the rank of elder will listen to Lin Ling's orders. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Then, he enunciated every word clearly, causing Lin Ling's lips to curl into a smile. He finally got everything he wanted. And this news also spread to the great Qin Empire through Qin Xiao. It even appeared in the ears of the great Qin Emperor. After the mysterious great Qin Emperor roughly understood Lin Ling's every move, he did not hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. Evidently, the great Qin Emperor also thought highly of Lin Ling's potential. At the same time, the 24 family heads of the great Qin Empire all received the order that Lin Ling would be a guest elder of the great Qin Empire. This caused quite a commotion within the great Qin Empire. It was night and a cool breeze blew. In the Qin family, two figures stood quietly in the garden. Their gazes were fixed on the bright moonlight in the sky. Old Master Qin, I'm sorry. Because of me, Qin Lan. Lin Ling held a wine cup in his hand. After drinking a mouthful, he suddenly said softly. This has nothing to do with you. Qin Lan has been ambitious for a long time. Even without your appearance, her ambition would have been exposed sooner or later. The only difference is whether it was exposed sooner or later. And your appearance at least allowed her to reveal her ambition sooner than later. It's better than being schemed against by her in the future. Qin Xiao also drank a mouthful of wine and laughed as he shook his head. Although it was Lin Ling who asked him to kill Qin Lan today, he knew that in reality, even if Lin Ling did not say anything, the other elders would have asked him to kill Qin Lan. This was an unchanging fact. After all, Qin Lan almost caused the destruction of the Qin family. What made him sigh was that every man for himself and the devil took the hindmost. His daughter had actually abandoned her father and everyone else for him. Lin Ling, in reality, the Qin family should be thanking you. After all, if not for you, the Qin family line would have been taken away by the great Qin Empire, and I would not be able to keep my position as the head of the family. Qin Xiao said again. Old Master Qin, you flatter me. Lin Ling shook his head. He had often heard the elders talk about the annihilation of clans, but he knew that the meaning of annihilation was that if they didn't produce any results, the great Qin Empire would remove their bloodline and let the new bloodline become one of the 24 clan heads. This was the destruction that the elder spoke of. Lin Ling, you're from Flying Dragon Shoal, and I believe that it won't be long before your name shakes the entire rainforest Holy Land. As such, I have high hopes for you, and I've told Great Qin's Majesty my thoughts on you. Great Qin's Majesty also has high hopes for you, and our great Qin Empire will be a powerful backing for you. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Ling and said again. He knew that Lin Ling's talent was very good, and he was also extraordinarily courageous. Although he looked brave, he could also endure silently. For example, his daughter had constantly provoked Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had always endured silently. If his daughter hadn't brought this upon herself, Lin Ling might have ignored her for Qin Xiao's sake. When it was time to be low-key, when it was time to be high-key, when it was time to be high-key, when it was time to be high-key. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling bowed gratefully. The old master trusted him so much and was so honest with him. He would remember this kindness in his heart. The two of them chatted for a long time, and when night fell, Lin Ling returned to his room. The current me is still not strong enough. Thinking back to what had happened in the Qin clan, Lin Ling's goal of becoming stronger became even more firm. Although he was the main character in this trip to the Qin clan, strength didn't determine everything. In this world, strength was the foundation of everything. Fortunately, he had already reached the peak of the king's spirit realm, and he had two great martial intents, the 50% true intent of fire and the 60% true intent of sword. Compared to the older generation, this strength wasn't very strong, but against those of the same age, Lin Ling didn't fear anyone. As long as they were at the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, he was confident that he could defeat them. Currently, I don't lack spirit herbs for the true fire pill, but my cultivation is still too low, so it's not suitable for me to raise the grade of my king body. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He could only raise the grade of his king body after breaking through to the king's spirit realm. Early in the morning, Lin Ling woke up early. Holding a large sword in his hand, he stood quietly in the courtyard. There was a huge maple tree in the courtyard, and the refreshing morning breeze blew past, causing the maple leaves to fall like snow. Clang! At this moment, a sword light flashed, and a terrifying aura bloomed, causing all the maple leaves to tremble. Lin Ling stood quietly, holding his sword. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. He was cultivating the Overlord sword art. He had already cultivated this sword art to perfection, but it hadn't reached the realm of subtlety. Subtlety was the highest realm of martial arts, and the Overlord sword art subtlety realm naturally allowed one's sword intent to reach the peak of 60%. Fast and slow, it's hard to grasp. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He had a fast sword and a slow sword, but he wanted to find a sword concept between them. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be, Overlord. Perhaps, this was the Overlord sword art subtlety realm. In the past, the stone sculpture sword soul allowed me to grasp 100% sword intent. That was the Overlord realm. However, the sword intent has disappeared, and it will be difficult to find that feeling again. Lin Ling closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. Finally, at a certain moment, the sword in his hand slashed out again. Clang! An extreme sword intent flashed out, as if it came from the horizon. This sword made Lin Ling smile slightly. Although his sword intent hadn't increased, the power of this sword had increased by a lot. It faintly had the aura of a world domination song. This was an indescribable sword intent. Giving up on the fast and slow sword arts and leaving only one sword, that was the sword intent, world domination song. Lin Ling, no wonder you can become the youngest genius on the 7 profound prodigy list. Since coming to my Qin family, I've seen you wake up early every day to cultivate. At this moment, Qin Jingtian's voice sounded in the small courtyard. He walked in with a smile and a look of admiration on his face. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, Lin Ling was younger than him. When he was Lin Ling's age, he was much weaker than Lin Ling. This sword has an indescribable feeling. When it slashes out, it seems unavoidable. Then, Qin Jingtian looked at the maple leaves around him and said, unfortunately, it's still lacking a bit. He believed that with his martial arts experience, he should be able to give some pointers to Lin Ling. Brother Qin, that might not be the case. Lin Ling smiled lightly. After he said that, the maple leaves that had fallen to the ground shook and turned into powder. It felt as if the leaves had been slashed countless times. It was extremely strange. Qin Jingtian's eyes narrowed. He sensed the terrifying power of that sword. When the sword struck, the leaves didn't shatter, but they shattered when they fell to the ground. This kind of sword intent was at the point of perfection. It wasn't something that any swordsman could control. Lin Ling's sword intent seemed to be at 60%, but it had reached the peak of 60%. I'm a disciple of the 7 profound prodigy palace. I'm also a genius. My strength is similar to those on the 7 profound prodigy list. How about we spar? Qin Jingtian suddenly became interested, which made Lin Ling smile and nod. Qin Jingtian's cultivation level was higher than his, and he also had the ancient black tortoise bloodline. Therefore, Lin Ling was very interested to spar with him. Chapter 659. Ancient Tomb Palace. Is the heaven's proud son of heaven list the same as the 7 profound martial houses? Lin Ling curiously asked. About the same. If there is a difference, then perhaps it is the strength of the top proud sons of heaven. I am currently ranked 400th on the proud son of heaven list, and your strength should be ranked 450th, Qin Jingtian guessed. Although Lin Ling's ranking wasn't high, Lin Ling had only been on the proud son of heaven list for a short time. For him to be ranked 450th in such a short time was already terrifying. The proud son of heaven list has a total of 500 proud sons of heaven. Lin Ling asked again. After he had become a proud son of heaven, he hadn't paid much attention to the proud son of heaven list. But he knew that he had to rush into the proud son of heaven list and reach first place. Only then would he have the qualifications to challenge the martial house master. Qin Jingtian nodded. The 7 martial halls proud son of heaven list are all the same. The proud son of heaven list is filled with masters of the royal spirit realm. Those ranked below 400 are all at the early stage of the royal spirit realm. Although their cultivation is the same, there are still differences in strength. Lin Ling agreed with this point. Although they were at the same cultivation level, their combat strength was different. Some had a high-grade king body, some had a deep martial arts background, and some had the true meaning of martial arts. In short, each had their own powerful domain. However, Lin Ling soon smiled. The other proud sons of heaven all had their own powerful domains, but he was strong in all of them. Although his cultivation was slow, his foundation was solid. Since Brother Qin is ranked 400th, that means you are a top proud son of heaven at the early stage of the royal spirit realm. Then, let me test Brother Qin's strength. Lin Ling smiled at Qin Jingtian after knowing the general ranking of the proud son of heaven list. Okay. Qin Jingtian nodded. He was also excited to fight Lin Ling. Then, a massive amount of spiritual energy filled the air, causing all the flowers and plants in the garden to sway. His king physique was the same as Lin Ling's, which was also at the 5th grade. However, his realm was higher than Lin Ling's, so he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Not long ago, he had fought with cultivators at the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but they weren't considered prodigies. Now that he was fighting with Qin Jingtian, he immediately realized how terrifying a prodigy of the Emperor's spirit realm was. Tightening his grip on his sword, Lin Ling subconsciously wanted to slash out with the tyrannical profound from before, which was the peak of 60% sword intent. But in the end, he restrained himself. After all, his sword was very sharp. Once his sword was out, a head would fall. If he couldn't restrain his power in time, he was afraid that he would kill Qin Jingtian with one strike. Once a swordsman made his move, it was always earth-shattering. Tyrannical song of the world. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Ling's expression became indifferent. An extreme sword intent spread out, causing Qin Jingtian's expression to become serious. He had seen Lin Ling's sword before, but seeing it from the sidelines was different from seeing it in person. Only when facing it in person could he feel the tyrannical power of that sword. The sword wanted to kill and destroy everything. Not only was this sword sharp, it was even more tyrannical, and it was filled with endless battle intent. He was sure that Lin Ling had cultivated a battle intent martial art, but his guess was right. Lin Ling had cultivated the war god fist in the past. Black tortoise boundary palm. With a low shout, Qin Jingtian also used a powerful martial art. An ancient black tortoise shell appeared and spun continuously. It was displayed by Qin Jingtian's powerful palm technique, and its defensive power was extremely strong. It was said that it could block a second-grade Emperor realm martial art. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The sword slashed on the black tortoise shell, and a deafening sound rang out. A terrifying aura spread out from the two of them, and the garden was instantly turned into dust. An open space appeared. In the open space, two young figures clashed. Gotcha. In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword intent disappeared, causing him to frown. Qin Jingtian's martial art was very mysterious. It could actually turn his attack into nothingness, and even disintegrate his sword intent. Hee, Lin Ling, although you didn't break my martial art, you made me use the black tortoise boundary palm with 120% completion. You're also very strong. Feeling Lin Ling's sword intent disappear, Qin Jingtian smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling smiled, then stood up and put away his sword. The moment he put away his sword, the huge black tortoise shell shook slightly, then shattered like glass. It appeared. It was the same sword intent realm as before. When the sword struck out, the leaf wouldn't shatter. This. Qin Jingtian's pupils constricted. This sword was too domineering, and it definitely wasn't an ordinary 60% sword intent. Following this, he bitterly smiled. I didn't think that this move would end in a draw. The bitterness in his heart wasn't because he'd lost to Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling was merely at the peak of the king's spirit realm while he was at the early stage of the emperor's spirit realm. However, such a battle had actually ended in a draw, and he hadn't won. No wonder even the great Qin king thought highly of Lin Ling's potential. His martial arts foundation was simply too deep. This one move was just a spar. If it was a battle of life and death, I, Lin Ling, would be the one to lose. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing Qin Jingtian to chuckle. However, he didn't say anything proudly. He also knew that this was just a spar, but if they really fought, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, Lin Ling had only been able to break through one of his moves with his full strength. However, he could easily use the same move again. This was the difference between them. Even though he knew this result, Qin Jingtian still comforted Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all, but only he knew in his heart that he hadn't even used the subtlety realm. After all, that sword was simply too terrifying, and he was afraid that Qin Jingtian wouldn't be able to react in time and would be injured by his sword. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength wasn't just in his sword, but also in his fire intent. For example, the Great Vermilion Bird's flames was also at 60% fire intent, and it wasn't any weaker than that sword. In addition, he also had the blazing sun of the sun, and so on. Lin Ling was confident that he had the strength to defeat Qin Jingtian. This meant that if he had to be ranked on the Heaven's Pride roll, he would be ranked in the 400th. After all, the Heaven's Pride roll was on all 7 martial arts halls, and apart from the top geniuses, the rest of the rankings were almost the same. Such a nice garden was ruined by you guys. At that moment, a laugh sounded out in the garden, and a tall and sturdy figure walked in. It was Qin Xiao. After walking in, he calmly looked at Qin Jingtian before his gaze fell on Lin Ling, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He could sense that in the short time that Lin Ling had been in the Qin clan, his strength had once again increased. Moreover, he could roughly guess that in the previous battle, Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength. It was just that Lin Ling didn't say it out loud to save little Tian's face. It just so happens that both of you are here. Not long ago, the great Qin king sent me a message saying that an ancient martial artist's tomb appeared in the Ice Plains region of the upper 3 regions. The great Qin king wants our branch to go and take a look. What do you think? Qin Xiao said with a serious expression. An ancient tomb? Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian looked at each other in shock. It said that there are countless treasures in the ancient tomb, including a large number of spirit crystals. The great Qin king wants to take back the spirit crystals, and it said that there are also spirit artifacts. Qin Xiao continued. Spirit artifacts. Chapter 660. What is the Icefield region? Spirit. It represented a spiritual artifact. It could increase a martial artist's combat strength by as much as 50%. It could be said that even if you were an ordinary martial artist, if you were lucky enough to obtain a spirit artifact, you would be able to soar to the heavens and roam the rainforest Holy Land. Besides spirit artifacts, there are also many ancient martial artist treasures. This is very beneficial to us. Qin Shao licked his lips. Even he was tempted. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped, but he still calmly said, "Such an ancient tomb, I'm afraid that many people will go there." Yes. The treasures were precious, the competition was naturally fierce. Yes, it is said that the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family have obtained a key. The geniuses of the 7 martial arts halls have also received the news. Therefore, we must find the last key before they do. Qin Shao frowned. Qin Shao said with a frown. The location of the ancient tomb had been revealed, but if they wanted to open it, they would need 3 keys. 2 of the keys belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family, and the last key was in the ice field. We only know that the ancient tomb is in the Icefield region's black-yellow mountain range. Qin Shao continued. Qin Shao looked at Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian nodded without hesitation. On the other hand, Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He was currently stuck at the peak of the king's spirit realm. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he feared that he would have to fight. If he returned to the 7 profound martial house, he would have the mountain river valley. His cultivation speed would be faster than others, but he was still not satisfied with this speed. The ancient tomb was a place that allowed a genius to soar to the heavens. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to go and experience it. Okay, 3 days from now, let's set off. Yes. The Icefield region belonged to the upper 3 regions. One had to ride a dragon boat to reach it, but it was extremely close to the Rainforest Holy Land. The Rainforest Holy Land was the core of the 100 territories. It was also the Holy Land of martial arts. There were 7 martial arts halls here, as well as all sorts of powerful forces. If one were to compare it, it would be like a country's main city. The 100 territories surrounded the Rainforest Holy Land. Although it seemed like they were separated by an ocean, the truth was that they were like 100 cities. These cities were divided into strong and weak. For instance, the lower 3 regions were like small villages. The middle 3 regions were like a country city, and the upper 3 regions were main cities. Every city's martial artist wanted to cultivate in the core rainforest sacred land, and they also wanted to have their own influence there. Up until now, the most famous influence was the 5 great ancient countries. As for the Icefield region, it was also famous in the upper 3 regions. It had a long history and its warriors were not weak. It was also very close to the rainforest. It was rumored that this place used to be a great land of ancient ice, vast and boundless. However, a long, long time ago, a great battle happened here, causing the ancient ice to melt and yellow sand to fill the air. That was why it was called the Icy Plains region. However, in reality, it was a region filled with yellow sand. However, the martial artists here were valiant and overbearing, and they worshipped strength. At this moment, on the yellow road, a carriage was slowly moving forward, bringing up a cloud of dust. Inside the carriage, 3 young figures sat quietly. Through the window, they looked at the world of yellow sand outside. One of them was Lin Ling. He had finally arrived at the Icefield region. I haven't been back to the cloud domain for a long time. I wonder how my family is doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Cloud domain. It doesn't seem far from here. Elder Lin, if you want to go, I, Qin Liming, will accompany you after the ancient tomb is over. Next to him, a 19-year-old girl smiled. She had a round, oval-shaped face, black eyes, and rosy cheeks. She gave off a youthful and lively aura. Liming, don't mess around. Next to him, Qin Jingtian immediately reprimanded. This was his cousin, also a member of the great Qin bloodline. When she heard that they were going to the ancient tomb, she immediately volunteered to come. The three of them represented the great Qin Empire and were the first batch to come to the Icefield region. As for Qin Shao and the other experts, they would come after dealing with the Qin family's pill store. Hearing Qin Jingtian's reprimand, Qin Liming stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat cute. The Icefield region has always been chaotic in the upper three regions, especially Xianhuang City. It's said that it's a lawless region. After entering the city, Liming, you must not cause any trouble. Even the great Qin Empire doesn't dare to be too arrogant there. Qin Jingtian warned again, causing Qin Liming to nod helplessly. Lin Ling laughed. Qin Liming's personality was straightforward, naive, and lively. She was much better than Qin Lan. Hiya. At this moment, two black leopards as tall as a man quickly passed by the yellow road, moving forward at a speed as fast as black lightning. Mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling looked through the window and his eyes flickered. As expected of the upper three realms, there were so many Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators here. And from the looks of it, these two were also here for the ancient tomb. Those aren't geniuses. They can only be described as ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. If you want to fight them, Lin Ling, you may not lose. Qin Jingtian said with a smile. He knew that Lin Ling's foundation was terrifying. He was a true monstrous genius. Fighting above his level was extremely easy. No way, Elder Lin is only a King Spirit Realm cultivator. That's fighting 2 levels above you. Qin Liming didn't know Lin Ling's strength and couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. However, it was true. He was confident that he could defeat ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, but it would be difficult for him to defeat geniuses. Stop the horses. At this moment, an angry roar sounded in front of the yellow road. The voice was very loud, causing the horses to neigh and jump up, causing the carriage to almost flip over. What's going on? The sudden change caused Lin Ling to frown. His tyrannical strength exploded as he pressed down with his foot. The horses neighed and the carriage was finally pressed down. Then, Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian stepped down from their horses and looked indifferently at the people in front of the yellow road. There were 3 figures in front of the yellow dirt road. They were all men in their 40s. One of them had a scar on his face, giving him a ferocious look. They were also looking at Lin Ling and the other 2 walking over. The corners of their mouths could not help but curl into a sneer. These 3 little fellows are quite strong. My lion's roar earlier flipped over several horses, but they still managed to stop it. One of them shrugged. They blocked the road and suddenly frightened the horses and played with the passers-by. However, not only did they not feel guilty, they even seemed to enjoy the feeling of playing with others. These 3 were obviously not kind people. Why? Lin Ling looked at the 3 of them indifferently and asked. No reason. This road was opened by us. Those who pass by have to pay spirit crystals. 100 mid-grade spirit crystals per person. The leader, the man with the scar, said indifferently. This road is endless. At first glance, it's obvious that it's often used by passers-by. Thus, it formed this yellow road. You say that you opened it? Moreover, the 2 cultivators who rode the Black Panther passed by here. You didn't collect spirit crystals because their mounts weren't weak. Lin Ling coldly stated, his words causing the 3 cultivators to frown. Lin Ling's words were true. Earlier, the 2 cultivators were riding on black cloud leopards. Since they were able to tame such demonic beasts, they naturally weren't weak. Therefore, the 3 cultivators didn't stop them. Chapter 661. The 7 profound martial houses elites, are you going to hand it over or not? One of them impatiently asked. And if I don't hand it over? Lin Ling finally frowned. Then don't blame us. Every year there are many martial artists that die on this road, we don't lack you. Also, I think you're stupid. For money, you don't even care about your lives. The martial artist leader helplessly shook his head. Every time they blocked the road, they would meet some arrogant juniors. But when death approached, they would tear off their mask of arrogance and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed that he had no other choice. In the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, the strong were truly revered. He slowly removed the sword from his back. As for Qin Jingtian and the other youth, they stretched their necks. Naturally, they understood. Since you dare to attack, then I won't let you live. 2 early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artists, and one isn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. Huh, you'll all die here. The Knife Scar leader sneered. He wasn't surprised by Lin Ling's choice, and this was even better. Because if Lin Ling refused, then they could kill him and steal his treasures. These rich young masters always had many treasures, this was a deal worth it. I'll kill this arrogant youth. The Knife Scar leader's first choice was Lin Ling. This wasn't the first time that the 3 of them had tried to rob someone. They knew that in order to deal with an enemy, they had to first deal with the weakest. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was the weakest. Xiao. Without any nonsense, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. Sword astral light shone like the moon. Clang. The Knife Scar leader didn't even take out his weapon. His head instantly exploded. It wasn't cut off, but exploded. The power behind this sword strike was terrifying. What? The 2 remaining youths' pupils shrank. An early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist couldn't block this youth's sword strike. Wait, they anxiously shouted. This youth was too terrifying. Kill them. Lin Ling softly said, then turned and walked towards the carriage. Come out, you'll pay for this sooner or later. Qin Jingtian and the other youth didn't hesitate. They attacked and killed the 2 remaining youths. After a moment, the carriage continued onward. What a powerful sword. In the distance, many people of the younger generation were also heading towards Xianhuang City. They had seen the scene from before, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The 3 cultivators blocking their way were all at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were 2 on the blue and white-robed youth side. However, they were clearly prodigies of the martial arts hall, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to defeat their opponents. What was surprising was that the blue-white-robed youth was only at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. Sword intent. Could he be the 18th young master? A young girl frowned. In the 100 territories, the most famous of the younger generation was none other than the 18th prince. Among the 18 young masters, there doesn't seem to be any master swordsman. He should be a newcomer. I wonder how strong he is compared to the 18 young masters, someone else asked. The 18 young masters are all geniuses on the genius roll. That young man's strength is not bad, but he is not a match for the 18 young masters, someone said with certainty. Then, they also moved forward one after another. These young geniuses were the disciples of the 7 martial arts halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. Now that they had heard the news, they wanted to try their luck in the ancient tomb. If they were lucky and obtained a spirit weapon, then they would soar into the sky. Xianhuang City was the only city near the Xianhuang mountain range. In the past, this city was ordinary, but today, because of the news of the ancient tomb, it was instantly bustling with noise and excitement. All the major powers had gathered, and there were even many geniuses from the 7 martial arts halls. Of course, the most famous of these geniuses was none other than the 18 young masters. The 18 young masters represented the most outstanding of the younger generation in the upper 3 regions. There was a representative from each region, and they were true geniuses that could surpass levels to battle. Besides that, they were also prodigies on the genius roll of the 7 martial arts halls. Whoosh! In the city, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and the wind and clouds were surging. In the vast Dragon Gate Inn, there were guests arriving like clouds. The Dragon Gate Inn was an extremely famous restaurant in Xianhuang City. Travel-worn cultivators loved to drink here, and at the same time, inquire about the information they wanted to know. At this moment, as the yellow sand blew in, a slender figure appeared at the entrance. He stepped on the ancient bricks and walked in step by step. His half-narrowed eyes swept across the vast inn, and his face was slightly cold. Pa pa pa. What was even more frightening was that the yellow sand was blown towards him, but when it got close to him, countless tiny electric snakes slithered out and actually electrocuted the yellow sand into powder. What a strong aura. It's the true meaning of martial arts. The previously bustling restaurant instantly quieted down. Countless eyes stared at the youth that walked in, their faces extremely dignified. They could feel that a bolt of thunder had entered the Dragon Gate Inn. If this thunder was angry, it could obliterate everyone in the inn. Not only that, but this thunder was not ordinary thunder, but it seemed to contain the true meaning of thunder. This was a terrifying prodigy of heaven. This person's strength is good. On the second floor of the inn, 3 figures looked at the young man who walked in below. Then, one of them said in a low voice. This person was Lin Ling. One of the 18 young masters, the Purple Lightning young master. He is the #1 prodigy of heaven from the Blue Heaven region. That's right, he is also a prodigy on your 7 profound martial house's genius roll. He is ranked 399. Qin Jingtian smiled as he spoke, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. A prodigy of heaven from the 7 profound martial house. Moreover, he was ranked 399. This meant that this youth was nearly invincible in the early royal spirit realm. From his conversation with Qin Jingtian, Lin Ling had a rough understanding of the prodigies on the genius roll. The prodigies that were ranked below 400 were all at the early royal spirit realm. But those that were ranked above 400 had the strength to sweep away all those at the early royal spirit realm. He's from the same school as me, but is he a prodigy from the Blue Heaven region? Lin Ling picked up a wine cup and fiddled with it. In the past, Iron Soul City belonged to the Blue Heaven region. He didn't think that he would meet someone from the Blue Heaven region here. Lin Ling, if this person were to fight with you, would you have the confidence to win? Qin Jingtian suddenly smiled. His boundary is the same as yours, and his ranking is also the same as yours. His strength should also be equal to yours. He is a true prodigy of heaven. So if we were to fight, you should know the result. Lin Ling shook his head, causing Qin Jingtian to smile even more. He was ranked 400 on the genius roll, and his strength was indeed equal to the Purple Lightning young master. But Lin Ling had also exchanged a move with him, so he also knew the result. Lin Ling was not the Purple Lightning young master's match. Of course, this was only his guess. Nonsense. At this moment, a cold shout came from the side, causing Lin Ling and the others to frown. They turned around and saw several youths sitting nearby, drinking wine. One of them didn't even look at Lin Ling. The Purple Lightning young master is a prodigy of our 7 profound martial house, and also the #1 talent of the Blue Heaven region. You actually say that his strength is equal to yours? Can your face be any thicker? That person said again, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. These people were also geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. Chapter 662. Small lesson. You dare to talk back. An ordinary-looking girl among the young people immediately replied. She seemed to worship the Purple Lightning young master the most and would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. Qin Liming frowned and was about to say something when Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, "All right, stop talking." Don't pay attention to what others say. All right. Qin Liming pouted unwillingly but still listened to Lin Ling's advice. After all, according to seniority, Lin Ling was their guest elder and had a higher status than her. Black Tortoise young master, your servant seems to be lacking discipline. All right. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the first floor, causing everyone's heart to tighten. It was the Purple Lightning young master. And he seemed to be calling out Black Tortoise young master. One had to know that there was a Black Tortoise young master among the 18 young masters who was extremely powerful and possessed the ancient Black Tortoise bloodline. Could it be that he was also here? Everyone's gaze turned and landed on Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling was also shocked. He did not expect Qin Jingtian to be one of the 18 young masters. One had to know that those who could become the 18 young masters all deserved it. After all, they represented the most outstanding geniuses of their respective regions. Although these geniuses could not be compared to the top geniuses, those geniuses were much older and were already in their 20s. Therefore, they did not have the qualifications to become the 18 young masters. As for the people beside Lin Ling, their hearts trembled. They did not expect one of the 18 young masters to be sitting next to them. Black Tortoise young master's strength is said to be on par with the Purple Lightning young master and is ranked at the bottom of the 18 young masters. He is not someone we can profane. One of them said solemnly. But very quickly, the girl from before said slyly, Black Tortoise young master has such strength, but what qualifications does that young man beside him have to speak? He's just taking advantage of Black Tortoise young master's light. All right. Qin Liming heard this and frowned again. These people were too arrogant and rude. However, Lin Ling did not care at all. He picked up his wine cup and drank. With his strength, he could not be bothered with these ordinary disciples. Black Tortoise young master, you have the qualifications to speak to me, but your servant lacks discipline. Just at this moment, on the first floor, the Purple Lightning young master calmly drank his wine and spoke once more. He didn't even look at the second floor as he flicked his finger and a bolt of lightning shot out like an arrow. It was extremely fast. Crack. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck and pierced through his wine glass, causing the wine to spill all over him. What? So, they were surprised, the Purple Lightning young master's speed. To them, the Purple Lightning young master's young master. Lin to Black Tortoise attention young masters young like young lightning young black young masters, young toys young master lightning to be. Lightning was domineering and majestic. It possessed the power to destroy everything. Other than its terrifying attack power, its speed was also terrifying. It's at least 40% true lightning intent. I just don't know what kind of true lightning intent it is. Some older martial artists said with a serious expression. There were 3,000 Tao of lightning. The most famous ones were the 5 elements lightning, fire lightning, metal lightning, and so on. The rarer ones were the Purple Lightning heavenly lightning, Third Fire heavenly lightning, and so on. It was obvious that the Purple Lightning young master's king physique was average, but the most dazzling thing was his true martial intent. Basically, for a famous genius, he or she must have a unique skill that made him or her famous. Some had a king physique, some had a deep foundation in martial arts, and some had true martial intent. Possessing at least 40% true lightning intent in addition to being at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, the Purple Lightning young master was worthy of being one of the 18 young masters. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He did not care about the disdain of others. After all, they were mouths and he could not change them. But the Purple Lightning young master, in order to prove his strength, had attacked him for no reason. This was too overbearing. He turned around and looked downstairs. The Purple Lightning young master was still sitting there calmly. He was playing with a wine cup in his hand and gently sipping from it. As if he had noticed Lin Ling's gaze, his indifferent voice sounded out. For the sake of young Master Xian Wu, this is just a small lesson. Next time, pay attention to your words. Calm. His voice was very calm, but it carried a strong sense of pride. The 18th young master is indeed powerful. At this moment, the crowd woke up from their shock. Looking at the frowning Lin Ling, they all laughed. This young man was so pitiful. He thought that by following young Master Xian Wu, he could ignore everything. But he did not know that the Purple Lightning young master was only afraid of young Master Xian Wu, not him. This young man could not see through himself. Purple Lightning young master, you are too arrogant. Qin Jingtian could not help but stand up, glaring angrily at the first floor. Lin Ling patted his shoulder, indicating for him to sit down. Then, Lin Ling continued to look at the Purple Lightning young master. His gaze was very calm, so calm that it made many people curious. What was Lin Ling going to do? Finally, Lin Ling's mouth slightly moved, his gentle voice sounded out, Purple Lightning young master, you were teaching me a lesson earlier? Huh? The Purple Lightning young master raised his head, looking at Lin Ling with incomparable surprise. In his mind, Lin Ling was young Master Xian Wu's servant. After being taught a lesson, he should have swallowed his anger. But now, Lin Ling was asking him a question. Is it strange? Everyone saw it, or do you want to be taught a lesson again? The Purple Lightning young master seemed to be talking to himself. Lin Ling nodded, no longer speaking. He slowly took out the sword from behind his back. This action caused the crowd's pupils to constrict. This young man seemed to want to attack the Purple Lightning young master. Was he crazy? It had to be known that although the Purple Lightning young master was the weakest of the 18 young masters, his strength was far above the rest. Not to mention here, even in the 7 profound martial house, there were not many people under 20 that could shake the Purple Lightning young master. As for the Purple Lightning young master, he laughed at himself, as if he were helpless that his influence could not even intimidate a servant. It seemed that he would have to come out and make a name for himself, and let others know his strength. From beginning to end, he did not seem to care about Lin Ling's attack. Lin Ling did not think that he would care, so he gathered the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it on his sword, causing the Tyrant Song sword to instantly shine. He stood on the 2nd floor, and his sword cut down. Xiao! A terrifying sword light cut through the sun and moon, directly cutting towards the Purple Lightning young master on the 1st floor. The Purple Lightning young master held the title of the 18 young masters in his eyes. Besides the Black Tortoise young master, he did not place anyone in his eyes. If he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, then let's see if he had the qualifications to teach him a lesson. This sword. The sword light had just appeared, and many people in the restaurant narrowed their eyes. They were aware of just how terrifying this sword was. No matter how fierce he is still not the Purple Lightning young master's match. But many people still muttered to themselves. After all, the name of the 18 young masters was like thunder to their ears. At this moment, the Purple Lightning young master was still drinking. He disdainfully shook his head, and pointed out with his right hand, it seems that the lesson I gave you was too low. Even if the Black Tortoise young master is here, I will give you an even greater pain. As his voice fell, thunder shot towards the sword light. He wanted to break that sword in one move. However, he was thinking too much. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.